app doesn't detect which one is which, so it gets confused, and then it goes to the manage page. So I need to figure out a way to have it identify which stream is which, and that's actually important, especially when I have, I'm trying to build a multi-chat at the same time. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. I have the API connections so that you can get all the events, and then I'm using invisible browser chats, and then here's where you can customize all of it. And here in the feature chat, we'll be able to have that too. Yeah, we're gonna have feature chats, boys. I just need to get the actual chat working first. I still have to use Social Stream Ninja. But yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. And like, what's the other thing that I added? Because it is the way that it is, the donation bar, as you guys can see, the biggest issue is that no one ever thought to, let's combine Rumble with all the other platforms. Like, Rumble is like the redheaded stepchild that no one wants to play with. And by the way, integrating was incredibly easy. If Streamlabs or Stream Elements would do it, they would. If it would, because it was pretty easy for me, especially when I moved it as a Chrome extension to an app. It was incredibly easy in comparison to some of the other work that I've done with AI. So yeah, they could do it if they absolutely wanted. Now, going back to RPG Maker, that's what I really hope for most engines, is that they just keep it simple. I cannot tell you, like, especially going in blind, like, I hate the fact I'm like, I have to go onto YouTube for a tutorial. I've been asking Stream Elements for this for a while. Well, it works. It just does. So you can donate on Rumble, and it will automatically show up here, or it will show up in the bar. And let's just say something doesn't, because every once in a while I get a bug or two, and I have to do stuff. Then I have the test button. So like, if it doesn't get something, that it's like, it missed something, and I just do a test donation, and then it adds it in. No big deal. It adds it to the bar. But 99% of the time it works. Unless I mess with something and it breaks, and then I have to fix it. So, and what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get the multi-chat and the I'm trying to get the multi-chat and like the API to work together, to be like, hey, here's the Streamlabs will send in its API event, like, hey, here's this, and then I want the chat to compare it and then approve it and then go in. That's what she said. So anyway, like, but the thing is, you guys don't need to know that. You just want to click button and make work, right? That's all you want to do. I want to click button, make thing work. Why do you think AI is becoming so popular now? Because you click button and it makes it work. You tell it what to do, and yeah, you have to do some finagling, but it's a lot faster than, viewing a tutorial online on, how to get the right saturation for fire for a particle element, right? It's like, hey, I want to put fire here. There it is. Anyway, so that's what I think of that. I'm really excited for this, because this is something that I would definitely want to use, because I do have a different kind of game idea I want to do, which I think would be easier. I say that right now, but you know how it is. But yeah. Anyway, we will leave it at that. This is a really cool thing, and I'm really excited for it. The only thing that I really wish, like, when I'm looking at these models, and it's kind of just a me thing, like, because this looks brilliant, but I'm more so, I'm I like it when I like Star Ocean and Chrono Trigger better in regards to the animation and the characters. Like this, watch how they move. Hold on. Like like really slow. It looks like they're gliding, and I'm sure that there's ways to get around that, but it's literally the only thing that's making me go. "Ugh, eh." Everything else looks beautiful. Everything else looks absolutely beautiful. I can't wait. And there's probably more settings and stuff like that too, and doing some sprite charts where you can just edit your own in, which I think would be really cool. Anyway, moving on. I have a feeling Jay Viper is gonna like this one. Uh, why little Johnny has the most impressive table manners?
Teacher is teaching her class about good manners and asks them,
How would you excuse yourself to use the restroom during a dinner date?
I don't know why you would be asking 7-year-olds this, but all right, we'll go with this premise.
Just a minute. I have to go pee.
No, Michael, this is rude. What about you, David?
I will say that is, if you're on a date, probably not the best language to use if you're trying to impress, but it's not necessarily offensive.
I'm really sorry, but I really need to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
This is better, but mentioning the bathroom at the table isn't so nice.
No, it's just nobody wants to think about bathroom stuff while you're at dinner. Like, just for the majority of the time. Well, actually, guys don't give a shit. Women give a shit. All right? When it's family stuff, like, depends. Is it, while you're, like, just with your, actual family or in-laws or anything? Like, it all depends on context. Guys don't care. If I'm sitting across from Jay Viper and we're just having a brewski and a burger, I'm gonna be like, dude, I gotta take a huge shit. I think it might cause another tsunami in Japan. Like that's where it's going, and he'll be like, okay, good luck. He'll be like, how much time do you think it'll take? I think it might take 15 minutes or less. He's like, wow, all right, fine.
Then little Johnny, with a playful smile on his face, raised his hands.
Okay, Johnny, enlighten us.
Sweetie, may I please be excused for a moment? I have to shake hands with a very dear friend of mine who I hope to introduce to you after dinner.
What a Chad. What a Chad. Teaching him young. I'm getting the short stuff out of the way. Okay. As you all know, the No Kings protest is going on right now, and it's sweeping the nation. So many radical leftists are losing their mind when we don't have a king. We have a president that was democratically elected, and they're just mad about it. They don't like things going back to normal. They're just angry, and they're throwing little tantrums. Now, first what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Portland, Oregon, which is about an hour-ish away from me. Maybe about an hour and 15 minutes away from where I'm at. And this is how they're protesting. I'm actually not sure if I could show this on YouTube. Well, we'll find out. Now, do you see what's going on here? That is a flame or a candle in a guy's buttocks. Oh, whoops. Now, as you can see here, there is a flame in this guy's buttocks who's holding this rod for some reason. And I think there's another rod here. And they're pulling him on. Okay, it looks like it's cement or something with plastic on top of it. I just don't understand why or how this is a protest. Like, I remember the gay pride parades. Now, back in the day when you saw the gay pride parades, was it sexual? Yeah. But they were kind of, going borderline with it. They were trying to kind of celebrate and also make a point. They weren't doing shit like this back in the day. And now, if you've ever seen one of the most modern day gay pride parades, liquids are being exchanged and not the liquids that you think they are. But but let's continue. Again, what is the point? Is it someone's birthday? Is it someone's birthday? I would like to know. I don't know. I mean, he's acting like a 1-year-old. Maybe he's turning 1 today. And what's with the music? Listen to. How can you play that music while this is going down? I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know how this is a protest. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Portland, Oregon. Okay. There used to be a saying, and you've probably said, "Keep Portland weird." And the thing is, it used to be like when we used to say that as an Oregonian myself. I mean, I used to live in Eugene, Oregon, or as I would like to call it, Little Portland. The thing is, all it meant is that, little quirky, just a little out there. We have our, little hippy-dippy farmers markets here and there. Nothing wrong with anyone. People have their beliefs. They decide to live a certain way. And that's more fine and dandy. And I mean, in Portland, if you guys never saw Darth Vader in a kilt on a unicycle playing in a bagpipe, that's what made Portland special back then. And now it's riots and this. It's amazing what a pandemic and the introduction to the transgender ideology can do to literally an entire town, an entire city. But anyway, the Nose Kings protest gets a little wilder. So I'm guessing that she's supposed to be Pam Bondi. No idea what's going on here. This, sorry, whoops. So this is supposed to be, I assume, Pam Bondi, Don Lemon, I'm assuming. No idea. But this is, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what the point of it is. But I do know one thing. Gross. Absolutely gross. Now, and here's something that, here's a JD Vance mask, I guess. But here's the weird thing that no one really seemed to point out. Now, look at this guy back here, because I realized earlier that he has a choker on.
Here in Atlanta, it's happening nationwide. No Kings. What does No Kings protest mean?
I think
I don't even know what she's dancing to. There's no music.
it means that the Dow is over 50,000.
So essentially, this guy is wearing a BDSM, like S&M thing for a protest because they just cannot keep their sexuality to themselves. They just can't keep it in the bedroom. It's like, I don't even know if this is gay, straight, or whatever, but like, what are you doing? Hey, accept me for who I am. I'm going to protest by doing the thing that 80 to 90% of the Western civilization really doesn't like being in public.
And so that's what we should be paying attention to right now, okay? But really, we're sick and tired of this administration, and
Yeah, he's even wearing the combat, like the girl combat boots and everything.
All the wrongs that they're doing, it makes us sick.
Yeah, they're high heel combat boots. Like, why? Why do these people think that this will work with everyday Americans? Why this will shift the paradigm in their favor? And it's not. All you're doing is encouraging us to disagree with you more.
Most American people feel the same way. We need to take to the streets and do something about it. We're out here making fun of these insane people that currently have power in the White House.
You want to know what the insane things that she's talking about? Hold on. The controversial issues that men are men, women are women, and people that illegally enter our country probably shouldn't be here. That's the controversial shit, guys. That's it. It is unreal. The amount of gymnastics and mental gymnastics and just how much that they either refuse to look into or just straight up lying. Like, la, 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 no, I can't hear you. No, men are men, women are women. Chromosomes, penis. It's been that way in the animal kingdom and in human history for thousands, if not millions of years. So why are we escaping reality? These people, actually, I think I might pull that up. Not right now, but these people, they just want to live in this utopia that will never exist. They're like, they're fighting for fairyland, literally and figuratively. How everything is perfect and it will only be perfect if billionaires pay their taxes, pay more. The people that give people jobs, that will solve anything. That will solve healthcare. That will solve police brutality. No, it doesn't, because culturally, things were fine. Yeah, sure, here or there, things could be worked on, but culturally, a lot of shit was fine, and it was even getting better. And then we gave women the internet on their phones. So instead of yelling at their husbands, they decided to yell at the world, and here we are now.
Because you have to clown fascists. They hate it, it hurts their ego, and it gets people going.
It's happening nationwide.
Wait, I just realized. Wait, she has the chain to her neck. You guys see that shit? That is insane. Insane in the membrane. But because the internet is the internet, memes. Mad Max, Fatty Road. And of course they're going to Maccas. Those golden arches, totally Maccas. Oh my God. AI is getting way too good. Way too good is getting. No, but let's see here. I want to pull this up. Doctor Who war speech. Okay. Now, hold on here.
He got it exactly.
Yep.
So
this is kind of what I think of these people. We are Doctor Who in this moment, and these are the morons that we're trying to tell this to. It's the perfect speech for it.
So let me ask you a question about this brave new world of yours. When you've killed all the bad guys, and when it's all perfect and just and fair, when you have finally got it exactly the way you want it, what are you going to do with the people like you? the troublemakers. How are you going to protect your glorious revolution from the next one?
Essentially, what I kind of interpretate this in the way that we're talking about in regards to the No Kings thing, the only thing you're doing is that you're perpetuating your own future problem by acting the way that you are for no good goddamn reason. And the reason that I think that they do this is because it's easy. They don't want to do hard shit. It's easy to just walk around with flags, people from China paying you to protest, and then you clock out.
It's not a mystery why so many people are left-wing. Being left-wing is just easier. It's easier to be the person who says free healthcare for everybody, free college for everybody, no borders, borders are mean. I saw a picture of a kid crying once, so we shouldn't have laws. We should let everybody have whatever pronouns they want. It's much easier to live in fairyland and say all these things that sound nice on the surface without thinking of any secondary consequences of any of those things than to be the person grounded in reality who asks the mean questions.
I'm sorry. Reality can be mean sometimes. Majority of the times, reality is kind of mean. I mean, I think a majority of the time when we're talking to people, you know, we like to be polite. Like I totally message Jay Viper every morning that he has a full head of hair and looks beautiful. I'm joking. Anyway, but the thing is, like, reality is reality. You cannot change reality. We have progressed so much that we basically pretty much reached like utmost perfection. And because these people want to find a problem with anything, everywhere, all at once, they have to find a new problem. So, like, think about it this way. Like the LGBTQ organizations. Remember when it was just LGBT? And like no one ever talked about the T. And then in 2012, 2013, gay marriage was legalized in the Supreme Court. That NGO or that nonprofit, why do they exist? They got what they wanted. But the thing is, when you get what you want, then people stop donating to your cause. So you need to go to the next extreme cause. And what was the next extreme cause? Transgenderism. And the thing is, I think majority of people would have been fine with that. But then they went after the kids. And then we started seeing what was really going on. And we said, hey, could you please stop that? Majority of this is fine. We really don't care. But could you stay away from the kids? And they're like, no, you're a fascist and racist, transphobic bigot. And we went, whoa. I don't know why you'd say that, but but I don't want to be named a racist or transphobic or homophobic or that. And then we capitulated to them. We did. A lot of us did. I did. But then they kept pushing, and we kept making these suggestions like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. And then all of a sudden you see, men and women's sports. You see sex changes in 15, 14, 13, 12-year-olds, and they're being handed testosterone and estrogen. And we're like, okay, all right, no. Okay, we're voting for Orange Man. That get this shit out. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Tell me that I'm wrong.
It's like, but wait, how would we pay for free healthcare and free college for everybody? But wait, shouldn't we know who's coming in and out of our country? But wait, maybe pronouns matter. Maybe the structure of the English language that we communicate with, maybe that matters. A lot of people are leftists simply because they care more about being well-liked than doing what is right. And if you want to be well-liked, you're just going to say what the nice-sounding thing is.
You want to know a little secret about being a streamer and collaborating with people? There are people that you have watched that are on the same shows who fucking hate each other. But they like being on shows, they like talking about stuff. So they're like, okay. The thing is, it's not about being well liked. If they're just respectful on that show. But I will tell you, behind the scenes, like, it's only a handful of people, by the way. It's only like a small handful. They absolutely loathe each other. And they even show it online all the time. Oh, no. Like, it's obvious on certain platforms that they do not like each other. They're just respectful on a show. That's it. That's absolutely it. Because it's not about being nice. There's a difference between being nice and being respectful. Hey, I don't like you. I don't like you either. All right. But there are a few things we agree with. Let's talk about it. We have some different opinions. There's things like they get over it because reality is their priority, not their beef. That's just how it is. And the thing is, with this new No Kings protest, they're already lying by omission. Kind of like a certain waitress that we all know. So, breaking. Numerous Democrat and foreign accounts have been caught posting old Chicago protest footage to make the No Kings protest look bigger than it was, despite low turnout in reality. So, if we take a look here, and this is all over the place. So right here, Morgan J. Freeman, the cuck of the left. So he's showing this. He's like, oh, look how successful it is. Doesn't realize that this is from 2025. October 2025. Harry Sisson. This should terrify MAGA. Crowds across the country for No Kings were huge. A great day for democracy and a terrible day for Donald Trump. Some person from an Arab country, I guess. America revolts against for doing what? Can you actually say what he's doing that you disagree with, other than Orange Man bad? And here's the reality. This is midday. And no one is there. And if you scroll down, that's it. Technically, you could say that's a lot of people, but in comparison to this that they're saying back in October, I think a lot of people either got jobs or they realized that these people are fucking insane. Yeah, no brains. Completely get it. And let's continue a little bit further here. Of course, a few people are going to troll these idiots. And we got Ollie London here. Comedian Josh Seiter trolls the No Kings protester as he joins march disguised as a liberal, leading Chicago's No Kings protest as a conservative. And he does something a little clever.
Looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell us what Chicago looks like.
This is what Chicago...
Oh God, and the thing is, he's like right up front. He's right up front, just so no one sees him. At least no one behind him sees him. So he is leading this entire thing, and they have no clue that he is protesting them in secret.
Chicago looks like.
Tell us what freedom looks like.
This is what freedom looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
What
Democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell us what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Okay. I didn't see the full thing. I was hoping that he got caught so that you could be like, no, isn't this true? And just kind of trolled him even more. But also, Tim Burchett, he makes actually a pretty good point here of what's kind of going on with the irony of this protest.
Y'all know what's crazy to me? Having this so-called No Kings rally when you kicked Joe Biden off or ran him off, and then you...
So one, President Biden was on a ticket. He got kicked off the ticket.
Ordained Kamala Harris without a single primary or a vote.
Then they didn't have a primary or a vote. They just inserted the vice president at the time, Kamala Harris, in. Again, no Democratic votes happened there.
You kicked Bobby Kennedy off. You sued to have him kicked off the dadgum ballot.
Yep. They, rather than letting the people vote, they kicked him off Democrat votes. Bobby Kennedy, they kicked him off.
And then y'all went to court, a bunch of places, tried to kick Trump off.
Yep. They even tried doing that. Remember, I believe the only one that I know, like, that comes off the top of my head, Colorado tried to kick Trump off the ballot there. It's like, what? You're just not going to let the people vote. It's almost like they knew they would lose if he was on the ticket because they got away with it the first time. And I'm pretty sure they knew they couldn't get away with it again.
Y'all the ones with the royalty issues, it sounds like to me. There's no kings on this side of the ocean, but the only monarchy seems to be in the Democrat Party. Just a casual observation. Thank y'all for sending it.
Just a it's a casual observation, but I'm just gonna drop this little bomb here. Let's just see here. Yes, of course. AI, you got King Trump there. But there's something that and then we'll end with this one. Breaking, somebody is flying a plane with a banner that says, "Not a king. He's your daddy." I just think that's all sorts of amazing. Now, I know that probably because all of you are incredibly based. You guys are pretty well informed that these things, they seem to, let's start over here. Now, as you guys know, my audience is incredibly based, all right? So you guys know that there's the George Soroses and all these other, people that are funding these nonprofits to magically appear and organize these protests. Well, I'm still not liking that no one has really done anything about it, especially from foreign money. But let's take a look here. So this is from Fox. 500 groups, 500 with $3 billion in revenues are behind the hashtag No Kings protest and communist call for revolution. Now, I am going to focus on a certain thing here. So, St. Paul, Minnesota, a network of about 500 groups with an estimated $3 billion in combined annual revenues is behind the coordinated nationwide No Kings protest Saturday, including communist groups who are using the day to call for a revolution, according to Fox Digital investigation. Now, according to a copy of the permit for the flagship march in St. Paul, Minnesota, Indivisible, a nation well-heeled Democrat political advocacy organization funded by billionaire George Soros, is a lead coordinator for the protest. Now, we all know about George Soros, okay? But a different name came up this time. But Fox News Digital has also identified key participation by a network of radical socialist and communist organizations funded by Neville Roy Singham, an American tech tycoon and avowed communist living in China. Now, who the hell is Neville Roy Singham? This is Neville Roy Singham, and he does live in China, married to a white girl. So this is Neville, an American businessman and social activist. He is a founder and former chairman of ThoughtWorks. Now, what is ThoughtWorks? ThoughtWorks Incorporated is a privately held global technology company with 49 offices in 18 countries. It provides software design and delivery and tools and consulting services. The company's chief scientist co-authored the Agile Manifesto and is closely associated with the movement for agile software development and has contributed to open source products. Now, this seems more than fine, but when you look at Mr. Singham here, in 2019, interesting year, isn't it? Singham started a consulting business with partners in the propaganda apparatus of the Chinese Communist Party. The partners are co-owners with Tongren City, which is a Chinese province, of a media company that promotes anti-poverty policies, according to the New York Times. Now, when you say when I hear anti-poverty policies, socialism has never brought anyone out of policy. Social programs have helped, but a fully socialist society has never done that. Singham is a socialist benefactor of far-left causes and an admirer of Maoism. According to the New York Times, he has provided significant funding for media outlets, organizations, and politicians around the world that promote pro-Chinese government propaganda. So this man is living in China, trying to change American culture from the outside by using his money and influence to fund these No King protest organizations, these radical leftist groups, so that they can protest all around the United States and get paid for it. So essentially, this is not organic. These protests, if this funding from Soros and from this guy, I keep forgetting his name, Neville, bitch name, by the way, if all that money started to deplete, these protests wouldn't work. These people wouldn't be getting out of bed. Because if you need all of this outside funding for your ideas to get passed through, then it's a bad idea. Majority of the time, it's a bad idea. Anyway, moving on from that, just make sure that you like and subscribe. Let's give a little reminder here.
First, we need music. Now, what is the purpose of liking? Why must we do it? Why does our soul consume us so to click one little button and we take the mouse into our hands and we move it in such a way to show appreciation, to show a voice, to show the world that we are not just numbers, but people? So I want you to grab that mouse and use that index finger for what it was made for. To click one button, or else.
Alyssa Mercante is gonna chop your dick off, man. Like that's really gonna happen. Okay, quick thing here. So lobbyist. Thing is, lobbyists, as much as I hate them, at least they go directly to government individuals, and usually it's for selfish reasons, for their own private benefit. This man, along with George Soros, they essentially want to destroy the Western world. They are ideologically driven. They want socialism. They want the entire culture to change to their will from Maoism, communism, socialism. And they do not care how it happens. They just want it to happen. They fund these organizations that they know are violent. And they will continue to do this shit. So I believe it or not, in this sense, because they're trying to hide their money. They're trying to hide it. Like, why do you think George Soros hasn't been, like, arrested or anything? We all know he's, like, participating in this, but you don't see this guy. You don't see this guy. He sold his private equity firm for $785 million in 2017. Between him and George Soros, they can fund protests many times over. And just hopefully people will continue to wake up, and laws that are being passed and debated will actually go through. Because guess what? 20 years ago, no one ever said that a man could be a woman. No one. Not one. And that's the agenda that they want to push. They want to make reality something that is impossible. They want to have this utopia that they think is going to work, which it will not. It has been tried over and over again, but they will not let it go. And they will destroy Western society in order to be proven right for us to start all over again, just like Germany did, just like Italy did, just like Argentina, just like Ecuador. Like, Ecuador? Am I right about that? I don't know. I think, what's that country? The one that got rid of all the gangs. Like, all these socialist countries continued to fail. And then someone finally freed them, be like, hey, have individual choice. The government shouldn't be involved in all your shit. And then they get better. Weird how that happens. Weird. Okay. Anyway. All right. I'm going to get through your chats. Sorry about that, guys. I'm on a... okay. Dr. Capaldi was your favorite doctor? He was a really good doctor. I think, especially in his latter season, his last season, the writers did not do him any favors. I do understand it was a different direction, and I was on board with it. I know it had a rough start, but I was really on board. But the last season of Doctor Who was the last of Peter Capaldi's. The last episode of Peter Capaldi's run is the last time I ever watched. And ever since then, I just rely on Critical Drinker, Geeks and Gamers, and Nerdrotic to inform me what's been going on with it. And Will the Fans. Yeah, before I became woke. NGOs is paying them, especially the Soros money. Yep, and that's Soros and Neville Singham. The thing is, these NGOs would not exist without these billionaires doing all this stuff, and they're trying to be sneaky about it. Like, the thing is, like, oh, we live in an oligarchy, with, Bernie Sanders here just being like, we live in an oligarchy. It's like, no, that's not what the argument is. The argument is that you have oligarchs that support you, and you just call out people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Oligarchs are everywhere, but we have a set of laws and rules and cultures where it's like, sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not okay. And right now, you just don't like the oligarchs that are on your side. We don't like the oligarchs on their side, and they don't like the oligarchs on our side. Oligarchs are everywhere. Because it's not about the money, it's about the message. Yep, this is why they protest stuff like lolly art, but not game grape. The grapists might fight back if they call them out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who knows? Like, maybe arresting them and actually keeping them in prison for a little while helps society. Who would have thought? How how is the fat censored but not rapist? Make it make sense, YouTube. You know, there's been a few theories about that where maybe YouTube follows you specifically. And it's, remember, like, it's an algorithm and AI. It follows you around with all the channels you go. Like, maybe it's okay on this stream, but it's not okay on this stream. They probably look at what gets blocked and what gets unblocked and so on. So, like, you know, it's the almighty mysterious algorithm. And no one really knows what it does. They just have, it just responds to interaction and inaction. That's it. John says he doesn't know all the letters in the alphabet. Don't worry. A lot of people don't. And they're millionaires, believe it or not. And yes, that's definitely a nice thing to bring up. At least it was a good news yesterday from the Olympic Committee. Yep, we're not covering that today. But if you haven't heard, essentially the Olympic Committee said, okay, like, we can't have men and women's sports. Duh. Like the obvious thing that's been being said since 2020. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Well, Vikey, you have been to the stream a few times, and I just want to wear a mask. That's it. Why is there VTubers? That's it. That's the equivalent of a digital mask. And I don't see people like complaining about that all the time. Anyway. So, kind of a little bit of celebrity news here. TMZ. Nick Cannon calls the Democratic Party the party of the KKK. And historically, that is true. And I believe, and we're going to watch the video because we can see the context, but he's actually not really the one that I want to pay attention to, although it's a good headline here. So TMZ, Dems are the KKK party and I fuck with Trump. So Nick Cannon says, expressed some distaste for the Democratic Party, calling them the party of the KKK. That said, don't expect the man to vote Republican either. And the thing is, this is in a very, very interesting clip because it gives off a lot of the sentiment that I think a lot of us do have. I always like some of you have heard me say it's not left, it's not right, it's what's reasonable. Like, just because I'm majority on Trump's side now, I'll still fucking go after the guy if he has a bad policy. Like, just as much as I hope that, you know, the Iranian people's lives will be improved with our military presence there, I'm still very incredibly skeptical of, like, please do not make this a 20-year war. Please do not make this a 20-year war. I do not want to do that. Our tax dollars are being wasted already on different shit. I'm just make sure that we're not there for too long. Please. And thank you. You know, like, there's a lot of things that I disagree with them, sometimes in a very minute way, sometimes in a very large way. It just depends. But I don't know who his friend is here that's in the car with Nick Cannon, but she says something very interesting. She says something similar.
Part of the Republican Party.
That's right. Former Democrat, former liberal. Yeah. I was a liberal Democrat my whole life.
Is that because the bag has got so intense and so heavy that you got a whole nother, you up there with the elite now? Or?
Essentially, oh, you started making money and you saw where your taxes were going, then it's an honest question.
Not even close. Not even close. Democrats don't care about black people.
Okay,
and they don't care about people. They don't care about people of color.
Because they just want to look like that they care about black people. See, look how good I look. See all the people I like? I'm like, dude, can we just get the job done? Dude, one of the best jobs I had, and it was one of the most stressful jobs I had, it was working for an auto wrecking yard. My boss was, I had a boss that was Mexican, a boss that was white, a boss that was black. You don't think they didn't say racist shit to each other? I mean, dude, one of my supervisors is a white guy who married his second cousin. Like, he was like Missouri white.
And the Republicans do, and that's the misconception.
And you know what? I agree with you 100%. People don't know that the Democrats is the party of the KKK.
Yep.
People don't know that the Republicans are the party that freed the slaves.
Yeah, and guess how many women worked there? At the auto wrecking yard? 2. Wait, nope. 3. And there was over 100 people that worked on that wrecking yard. Parts pullers, salesmen, managers, all sorts. 3 women. And they were all chill. They knew exactly what was going on. They weren't bitches about it. They just got the job done.
Yeah.
I mean, both of you and I have some conservative views. You just a little bit more outspoken about it than I am. And I honestly, I don't subscribe to neither party.
See, this is the part I really
don't
see. This is the part, and this is kind of how I feel a lot about what Nick Cannon's about to say, something that I personally feel.
I don't subscribe to neither party. I rock with W.E.B. Du Bois when he said there's no such thing as 2 parties. It's just one evil party with 2 different names. So
yeah, I mean, look, I listen. I'm not married to any party.
Right.
I voted for Donald Trump because we had 2 options, and he was definitely by far the better option for us. And as of now, I agree with a lot of things that he's doing.
Cleaning house.
Yeah.
He doing what he said he was going to do.
Guess what? If there's a time where I don't agree, I'll say I don't agree.
Yeah. We got the Gulf of America now.
Period.
You charging, he's like the club. You charging a $5 million bottle service fee to get into the country.
I know. Listen. But guess what?
Yeah. I don't subscribe to either party. I am just a self-interested voter. There are things that worked here in the United States, and now all of a sudden, because of some sort of magic, everyone went insane. It was like, these things that worked for thousands of years and words we used to use, we're just gonna do the opposite of them. We just think that's gonna work for some reason, even though history says otherwise. No, I am not anti-left. I am not anti-right. I am anti-retardation. Let's get back to normalcy. And my eye has caught this now. Fox News reporter gets slammed by wrestler during live broadcast. I'm sorry, we got to see this.
Kennedy here has been nice enough to offer. We might have forced her into this, but...
Oh, no. Okay. I thought it was actually going to be like road rage or something like that. Nope. Okay. All right. So next up, this appeared on my timeline. And I'm a little indifferent. So I hope that you guys can help me out here. Because there is good and bad in regards to public surveillance. And this is the bad part. And we're going to get into surveillance in general later. But we're focusing on a surveillance system that police and government agencies around the United States are using. And the question is, does it cross the line or not? What this guy's about to talk about is that there's a security issue. So let's listen to him.
To access zoomed-in footage of every single... I was able to access zoomed-in footage of every single person who walked on that trail over the last 30 days without using a password.
This guy is exposing a $7 billion surveillance company.
Myself, John Gaines, and Joshua Michael found close to 60 security vulnerabilities within or closely related to Flock Safety's ecosystem. We were able to connect to and completely take control of the ALPR cameras. We could view or modify the footage. We could install malware on them. We could view the hard-coded credentials that led to other places, and there was even one that allowed us to track the real-time GPS location of police vehicles. I published a selfie video, literally pulled from one of the newly deployed Flock cameras right down the road, and showcased how easily I was able to access zoomed-in footage of every single person who walked on that trail over the last 30 days without using a password. Some of these findings were reported to Flock directly, and some of them are now published and flagged by MITRE, which is part of Homeland Security to manage cybersecurity threats. Some of these are still rated today as high or critical vulnerabilities.
Now, I do not have a problem with public surveillance. What I do have a problem with is surveillance that can be accessed to the public at any time and any place so that you can track anyone at any time. This is one of the reasons that, myself and a lot of creators have talked about digital ID, because it's like, there are parts of privacy that you can even have in public. Like, it's one thing to, have me on a public road. It's another for it to know where I'm going all the time, especially with this system. Yes, public surveillance is a gray area. It's an incredibly gray area. But with AI, it becomes a little tricky because AI can hallucinate. AI can make mistakes, just like any human being. And the problem is the reliance on it. I'm more concerned about the reliance of surveillance that includes AI. And I'm also kind of going back to Edward Snowden days. Who do we give those keys to the kingdom? And we're going to get into that a little bit later.
Members of the U.S. Congress have cited my research in a published letter to the FTC calling for a formal investigation into Flock's negligence as a risk to national security. So how did Flock respond to all this? CEO himself claimed that Flock had never been hacked. I watched Flock representatives stand up at City Hall meetings just like this one, look people dead in the eyes, and despite evidence verified by MITRE, claim that Flock has never been hacked.
A few minutes later.
Yeah, there are not documented breaches online. There's documented attempts to intrude on a single camera online.
I want someone to help.
Yeah. Even with evidence that their shit can be easily hacked without a password, their chief legal officer was like, nope, fake news. Even MITRE from Homeland Security, they're like, no, there's huge vulnerabilities here.
Help me understand, given the evidence that we produced, how anyone would think that signing more contracts with any third-party surveillance vendor would be a good idea without setting up an independent security and ethics audit first.
Which is more than reasonable. I'm not fully against all this, but it's really scary when you have AI plus surveillance. That's a powerful tool. And if we're giving that to police, as much as I want to catch bad guys, we got to find that fine line. And having just like, hey, we should probably have an ethics committee just to make sure that shit's like, look, that's what it's. Hey, I'm not the biggest fan of government interference, but this is such a big thing where I'm like, hey, because one thing with the committee is that it's public, right? If it's a public committee, then that means anyone can talk about it. Anyone can participate in it. Yes, you do have the board that runs the committee, but anyone can publicly speak about it. That's kind of one of the things that I'm like, more government, less government. This is tricky. This is really tricky. And then now, and here's the weird thing. Flock removes final 2 license roundtable inquiry. So, emails show Flock CEO called police chief to apologize directly. Lawyers discussed the proposal last fall. So, essentially, they were supposed to remove the cameras. So, in the last year or so, what I've kind of been learning, that they've been actually taking away Flock's safety is huge, but certain cities and counties have been taking them away slowly but surely because of the issues that they've had with them. And then one of the issues that happens here is that so Georgia State Patrol used its system to Flock automated license plate reader. So that's what it's supposed to do. It is just a license plate reader. It goes through billions, millions, if not billions of cars every day in a large amount of cities here in the United States. Now, here in Georgia, it was used in a system of Flock automated license plate reader. It's called an ALPR, or surveillance cameras, to issue a ticket to a motorcyclist who was allegedly looking at his cell phone while riding. According to a copy of the citation obtained by 404 Media, the incident is notable because Flock cameras are not designed for traffic enforcement or minor code violations, and many jurisdictions explicitly tell constituents that the cameras will not be used for traffic enforcement. The incident happened December 26th in Coffee County, Georgia. The ticket lists the offense as holding supporting wireless telecommunication device and includes the note captured on Flock camera, 31 millimeter, one holding phone in left hand. A spokesman for the Georgia State Patrol told 404 Media that the ticket was issued because of unique circumstance. See, that's kind of part of the problem. It was because of a unique, like, how many unique circumstances are there going to be? Are you going to describe those unique circumstances? Because you're telling us that these cameras do one thing, and now you're telling me that they can also be used for another thing. That is not transparency here. In which the flock cameras happen to capture the traffic infraction, and that flock cameras are not usually used by the Department of Traffic Enforcement. Now, still, the incident is notable because flock cameras are often pitched to police as tools for solving serious crimes, finding stolen vehicles, and locating missing people, which is a good thing. It has been able to find a lot of missing vehicles. They distinctly are not traffic cameras and are not pitched as such. Again, see the language here. Traffic cameras versus citation cameras, right? The use of flock cameras in this way shows that the images they captured can sometimes be detailed enough to be used as the pretext for a traffic violation anyways. So now you go, okay, well, technically, if this motorcyclist was, breaking the law and he was on his phone, then he broke the law and should get a citation. Some will say that's a good thing, some think it's a bad thing. But the problem here is that it's saying it's just collecting data. That's all it's just collecting data. But no. Now it's being used for citations. So we need to pick and choose our battles here if we're going to do this. And it gets a little bit more complicated here. So this is okay. So this is Christoph, and he did a deep dive on this about 6 months ago, and he gets into it a bit.
Step out of my door, security camera. Head down the street, police camera. Movies, camera. Shopping, camera. Groceries, subway, doorbell, camera. I've noticed this for years. And then I found a website that lets me search for all of them. And I got obsessed. And as I looked around, there was one type of surveillance camera that kept coming up again and again. ALPR, Automated License Plate Readers.
Now we've had these for a long time. What could the issue possibly be?
They're cameras that automatically record the license plate number, make, model, and features of every vehicle that comes into view.
So as you can see, the cameras are just supposed to do one thing. It's supposed to be collecting the data, not the images. Or even being saying that the person was holding their phone.
This is, at its core, not a new technology. Search on newspaper archives and you can see that we've been talking about automatic license plate readers since the 80s. What's new, I've started to learn, is how they're used in 2025.
This camera system is unbelievable. Cameras just started popping up everywhere. There's still the questions of who has access to these.
We are very sensitive to public concern around privacy.
This is definitely the ingredients or what we call a police state.
This is probably the biggest invasion of privacy that has ever hit America.
More and more, these systems aren't just cameras. They're storing data, compiling lists, and with enough ALPRs, law enforcement essentially has real-time surveillance of every vehicle in their area.
We're talking about mass surveillance.
So I know what a lot of you might be thinking. Well, doesn't Google do all that to us with our cell phones in our pockets? Yes, technically. But guess what? If the police want to be able to contact your whereabouts, they still need a warrant to contact Google or Verizon or whatever your cell phone provider is, or your social media. This is a clever loophole in order to get around the Fourth Amendment, potentially.
Surveillance, in the sense that they collect data on everyone.
You can basically see where everyone is at any point in time.
These are some of the people I've talked with over the last few weeks as I tried to learn as much as I can about ALPRs, because I got a little obsessed. I even started looking them up every time I went somewhere new. Found it.
There's another one.
And pretty quickly, I noticed a few things.
I think that has to be one.
I see another one. First, the map was an underestimation.
I'm definitely noticing that there are a lot of these that are not labeled on this map.
And second, almost all of the unmapped ALPRs looked identical. A pole with a solar panel on top, a camera right below, and this logo.
Which is the Flock logo.
Flock Safety is a surveillance tech company that says its mission is simple: eliminate crime.
Do you envision a future with a Flock camera on every street corner?
I envision that, and I envision an America where crime no longer exists.
And part of why so many of the Flock cameras I found might not be labeled on open source maps yet is because of just how quickly the company has grown. In the 8 years since its founding, Flock's revenue has skyrocketed. It's now valued at over $7 billion.
Now, one of the things that I didn't read in that article that I was reading to you guys before, is that in one of the statements, the CEO or representative said that they do not get any revenue if tickets are cited. And for me, I go, well, that's kind of disingenuous because you're still getting paid via local police stations and our tax dollars.
Flock says that its cameras are used by more than 5,000 of the 18,000 law enforcement agencies in the US, and more than 1,000 private customers, like homeowners associations, schools, and shopping malls. And while only 20,000 of its cameras have been reported, watchdogs estimate that the real number is over 90,000, taking billions of photos every month. I'm sure I've been photographed driving past one of Flock's cameras, and if you drive a car in the US, you probably have too. I set out to make a video about automated license plate readers in general, but pretty quickly it became a video about just one company. I want to tell you about that company, why its cameras spread to almost every corner of the United States, and how it's quietly reshaped our relationship with being watched.
See, this is where we ask that. See, now we're going to get into the dirty stuff. When is too much surveillance a public hazard versus public safety? Like, where's the line between public safety and Minority Report? And I don't feel like being Tom Cruise.
By the way, before I dive in, if you want to learn more about how ALPRs work and the technology behind them, Ben Jordan has an amazing video about this that goes super in depth. In this video, I want to talk about why Flock in particular has been so successful at this, and what the real world implications are of their particular model.
Okay, I know it's somewhere around here. This is a confusing area because there are so many cameras like all over the place. It's hard to tell which one is an ALPR. Actually, I think that might be it.
Okay, so kind of one of the differences, if you guys are a little confused, ALPRs are just supposed to track license plates. That is it. So essentially, whenever you get into your car and you're going somewhere, this system tracks you wherever you go, and it can be looked up at any time without a warrant. And it gets even a little bit trickier later.
Even though we still call these things license plate readers, they can do a lot more than just read license plates.
Well, the thing is, okay, so moose steaks. So remember, that's your local Home Depot. Home Depot pays for those Flock cameras. We're talking about public, tax-funded cameras. Our cities, our states, our counties, our police departments are hiring this company. That's the big difference. Private versus public money. That's kind of one of the core things that I look at here. He doesn't get into it too much in regards to private versus public, because private, I'm like, yeah, go for it. Also, I say, well, public street, you can put a camera anywhere. Hell, we have cell phones. We can record wherever we want. Right? So it gets gray. It gets really gray on this, especially when it gets to state laws.
On Flock, you don't even need a license plate to track down a vehicle. With their AI-powered search tools, you could just look up silver Mercedes station wagon with bumper stickers and find all the matches. But the real change in what ALPRs are capable of isn't about the details that these cameras can record.
It's about the quantity of cameras recording.
Yeah, years ago, you'd see license plate readers in some cities on some roads, but there weren't enough of them to put together a big picture of where you actually live, where you work, where you go every day.
Okay. If you can see these sticky notes, every single one of these is a reminder for a big international trip that I have coming up. Visa and outfits and hotels and tours and activities.
Here's the
But
sponsor
the one thing
segment.
that's not on there?
And we let
The
people
phone
have their
plan.
sponsor
Even though I've got a
segments.
lot of stuff to still figure out, because of this app, I don't have to worry about how I'm going to text or call while I'm abroad. Saley is an eSIM service from the team behind NordVPN, and it takes all of the hassle out of staying connected while you're traveling. They have a special deal for you guys right now at saley.com/tunnelvision. Saley allows you to download an eSIM straight to your phone. You just open the app, pick a country, and you're online. There's no waiting in long lines at the airport. There's no dealing with tiny physical SIM cards. And there are a lot of countries to pick from. Saley currently supports over 200 across the globe, so whether you're going somewhere close or halfway across the world, Saley's going to have you covered. You can even keep multiple carriers and numbers at the same time, so switching networks is as easy as a tap. Right now, you can get 15% off your plan at saley.com/tunnelvision with the code tunnelvision at checkout. Travel is supposed to be exciting, not stressful. If you add Saley to your checklist, it is one less thing to worry about and one more reason to enjoy your trip. Okay, let's get back to the story.
There we go.
One ALPR might not be a huge deal, but with enough ALPRs, law enforcement can figure out where you are at any point in time, where you might be headed based on your travel patterns, and who you might know based on who goes to the same places you go.
You can actually create a traceable path.
So essentially, the government is trying to become Google with this software, which is incredibly scary.
Of the car moving through the city as long as it's being picked up by the flock cameras.
Correct. And it would be difficult to drive anywhere of any distance without running into a camera somewhere.
So how did Flock get enough ALPRs on streets to have a full picture of where everyone is? Part of the answer is that it doesn't sell ALPRs. It sells a subscription to ALPRs.
It's presented as something that's really affordable, because if you wanted to buy ALPRs and deploy 100 of them before Flock, it would cost a lot, and most cities wouldn't be able to do it because they don't have the money. But
subscription services are really, really becoming the bane of everyone's existence.
if you lease them, then you can add as many as you want and you can still afford it. And it's cheaper than hiring police officers and things like that.
But the other part of the answer is that Flock made it incredibly easy to share ALPR data. Law enforcement agencies can share their ALPR data one-on-one with other agencies that use Flock. And any private company that subscribes to Flock can choose to share their data with law enforcement too. For a law enforcement agency, being able to share ALPR data is a valuable feature. If that agency is tracking a vehicle that drives out of the range of its ALPRs, getting access to another agency's ALPRs can help identify where that vehicle is. It allows them to cast a wider net. Giving customers the ability to share ALPR data isn't new. Vigilant Solutions, an American ALPR manufacturer acquired by Motorola in 2019, did something similar a decade ago.
So this used to be the unique thing for Vigilant Solutions. Vigilant Solutions had a thing called the Learn Network. The actual phrase on Vigilant Solutions' website was something like, adding another agency to your share list is as easy as adding a friend on social media. And sure enough, you'd have a police department in California that's adding 1,000 or 2,000 agencies sharing its data with them. And it'd be like, you'd have a police department in Pennsylvania or something sharing data with police officers in Honolulu.
But Flock created a...
So essentially, government surveillance is becoming a social media network, which has its benefits, but then you have certain state laws, which he'll go into a little bit more, where it's I might not agree with so-and-so, but I can see the problem that we're running into here.
New way for law
especially when we're talking about jurisdiction and what is labeled a crime in one place and not another.
Enforcement to share ALPR data, not just to one customer at a time, but to an entire network of other law enforcement Flock customers. That created a powerful network effect. It's the same principle behind how any major social media company succeeds. The more people who join Instagram, for example, the more content you see and the more friends you can connect with. Each new member directly increases the value for everyone else. As more customers joined the Flock network, the more valuable it became for other law enforcement agencies to buy in too.
law enforcement customers could choose to join a statewide network or a national network. Every law enforcement authority that contributed its ALPR data could access the ALPR data of every other authority in the network, including private contributors.
Flock safety, part of the way it challenged Vigilant Solutions was it started going to homeowners associations. It started going to companies to get in that way. And then it would go to a police department and say, like, hey, you don't have to buy our cameras, but the homeowners associations have installed them, so you can use their data. Or the companies have installed them, and you can use their data. And so that certainly is a way that Flock has wheedled its way into communities, is going through businesses and homeowners associations. And
So do you see what they do? So the thing is, when you are paying subscription for this network, you're also paying a subscription to everywhere else that has a subscription. So the homeowners associations, the apartment buildings, the Starbucks, the Home Depot. See, the thing is, you were getting a little ahead of me on there. Let's see, who talked about the moose steaks, that it's at your Home Depot. See, that I didn't want to bury the lead yet, but that's kind of part of the problem. The police has access to this even on private companies. So they have access to private companies' stuff as well. And there's no need for a Fourth Amendment because of this. Or no. Yeah, see now do you see where this is getting a little like we're going from gray area to going, oh no. Look, surveillance, that's one thing. Surveillance is that's a whole other thing. If you want to put cameras on the street, do not give a shit. All right? But when we have police stations being able to access this information from private businesses, I go, hey, shouldn't the private business either give that willingly or they need to have a warrant? So then you go, wait a minute, hold on. Did the subscription service just break the Fourth Amendment here?
Other, private entities.
As I kept reading, I kept seeing headline after headline about the controversies surrounding these cameras. Cities and towns across the US are having to figure out how to deal with them in real time. And I wanted to understand what critics were most worried about. For one thing, there are problems when ALPRs don't work the way they're supposed to. Testing on Flock cameras has found flaws in the accuracy of their license plate readings. Police errors in interpreting ALPR data has led to several cases of innocent people being pulled over at gunpoint.
Police later admitted they had mistakenly identified the car, saying the plate numbers were similar to the one reported stolen.
And research on their effectiveness shows that while they do lead to more...
1 out of 10 license plate number, 10% of the time. So 10 out of every 100 are fucked up. So it's not a reliable technology. So that's when you go, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute. Are you saying that we're essentially going around the Fourth Amendment with a technology that only works that works 90% of the time, but that the 10% can cause huge casualties to businesses, to families, to individuals that are doing nothing wrong? I'm sorry, that's a fucking problem.
Stolen vehicles being recovered, they have little to no effect on crime rates more broadly. But for critics, the more alarming question is what happens when ALPRs do work the way they're supposed to?
Of course it works. That's not the point. If we put a tracker on every human being in Denver, we would solve every crime and we would get a whole lot of other bad unintended consequences of that.
We could have basically zero crime if tomorrow we required every person to wear a body camera and fed the footage into a police database. But the Fourth Amendment doesn't allow that.
Obviously, this is a good law enforcement tool, but at what societal cost?
The societal cost, of course, is privacy. ALPRs have already been used to monitor attendance at gun shows and places of worship and political rallies with
churches, mosques, synagogues, gun shows. When are they going to be coming into the clubs? When are they going to be coming to Walmart? Well, they probably are if they're already at Home Depot. Like it's getting a little scary here. It's like, hey, this is getting a little sus, but it gets even weirder, guys.
Enough data points like these, ALPRs give law enforcement the kind of information that was previously only available by putting a GPS tracker on your car or analyzing data from your phone, both of which require getting a warrant under the Fourth Amendment. That's the one that protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Flock argues that its system doesn't infringe on the Fourth Amendment because license plates are not personal information. They're issued by the government for the express purpose of identifying vehicles. But even if license plates are public, the record of everywhere that they've been can be very private. Flock also argues that ALPRs do not track people. They simply take pictures. But even if ALPRs on their own do not track people, people with access to a large network of ALPRs can. And the question of who has access to Flock's large network of ALPR cameras is at the core of this entire controversy.
So, for example, because this service, we'll call it a service, it's this shady service can do this, it can be taken advantage of. Like, how many police officers would be able to identify exactly where their ex-girlfriend or ex-fiance is going? What government agency wouldn't have access to this? This is the Edward Snowden warning all over again. Because, look, as much it might be a wrong thing to do, like, let's just say, okay, who's someone I don't give a shit about? I'm thinking about people I do give a shit about. Okay, so let's just say Ryan Roger Athe, a friend of the channel. Let's just say he gets in a relationship, right? Let's just say he gets in a relationship. And let's just say relationship not going very well. And rather than breaking up with her, he starts cheating, right? Now, this girlfriend that he's with works for the police department, and she's wondering why, he's staying at work a little later. That means that she can get into the system, see what he's doing at night, and abuse her power and see that he's cheating. Now, the thing is, that's skipping the Fourth Amendment real hard, because not only are you tracking where that license plate goes, you're tracking their personal business on where they're going without a warrant. And I know that Ryan Roger Athe lives in Britain, so he's already under the weirdest police state in the goddamn world. J Viper, ha ha ha, RRA in a relationship. This is a fantasy. Well, the thing is, that can absolutely happen here in the United States without a warrant. And apparently, we're going to go over this a little bit later, but police officers, government agencies, government officials have already done this.
The outlet 404 Media obtained records of searches that had been made on Flock's nationwide network. Every search on that network requires police to list the reason for their query. In these search records, officers had entered keywords like immigration.
Okay, so I know he's going to get into immigration here. He's mainly mentioning it just to mention it. You kind of understand where he's going to be going with this, where he kind of leans politically. He, for the most part, he does kind of avoid it in that sense. But I do have a counter argument to how he presents it.
In the US, different states have different laws. Usually that's not an issue. Police in the state where a crime takes place have jurisdiction over the case, and police in the other state aren't involved. But if police in this state are actively sharing their ALPR data to a network that police in this state can access, suddenly they are involved with that agency's work.
So if we look at abortion access, places like Texas, it's illegal to help somebody get an abortion. In California, it is illegal to impede somebody's access to an abortion.
So he's just using abortion as an example here. But the thing is, we have two different state laws. And if they're sharing information on that, and they understand that that person, they drive all the way to California in order to have an abortion, that means Texas will go, hey, I want to enforce our laws over to another state. Now, abortion is just one example, but how many different laws do we have that have nothing to do with that? What if they, for example, there are states that don't allow weed to be sold recreationally. So does that mean if they go to California or Oregon or Washington or a few other states that they smoke weed over there, does that mean this person can now be arrested for going to a dispensary? Do you understand? Yeah, it doesn't matter if anyone agrees on abortion or not. Okay, it doesn't matter. The point is, the workaround the Fourth Amendment, because guess what? Abortion is legal in California. Nothing I can do about that. That is that state's rights to do so. I can disagree with it, but that is that state's right. And because we are the United States of America and we want to go and get services in other places, we should be able to do that, even if it's something that ideologically we disagree with. And when it comes to these broad powers that we are giving, this is the power of fucking God to essentially go, oh, I know you were trying to keep secret where you were going, but the government has access to exactly where you were going without a warrant. And that is the scary part.
These are diametrically opposite, like, ideas of what a crime is. And so how do agencies even interact anymore? How do they share data when they're working at cross purposes?
To avoid those issues, in some states it's illegal for local police to share license plate info with out-of-state or federal authorities. Often these laws are specifically to limit that information being accessed for immigration enforcement in order to promote trust between immigrant communities and local authorities.
See, this is where I kind of, look, he's hinting at it. He's not outright saying that he's like, he's making, kicking out illegal immigrants bad because because it's a good thing. We need to kick out our illegal immigrants. That is a federal process, not a state one. And I cannot believe that we have to, go through Congress in order to get rid of these fucking sanctuary cities. It's like, no, they are breaking the federal law, federal supremacy, kick them out. But there's a whole hoopla about it, and judges are being assholes. But so in regards to like how this tool can be used for illegal immigration and kicking those out, what are the ethical and Fourth Amendment issues that we run into? So that's kind of one of the things. Even though I'm like, hey, this would be a great technology to get the illegal immigrants out, I go, oh, wait, this technology can be used against its own citizens, right? So we need to be very wary of this, because right now it's not about the thing you disagree with, right? It's not even about the thing you agree with. It's who has this power and how much can it be abused? And as far as I can tell, a lot.
But we have evidence that even in states with those laws, police have been sharing their data anyway. You can see in these maps from the watchdog site Eyes on Flock that most California police departments follow that law. But some police departments, like El Cajon, share their data all over the country.
Here in California, we have this real struggle with cities are handing out this data, whether they're supposed to or not. It is not as controlled and responsibly used as I think the average person would assume that it is.
The 404 media investigation didn't just reveal that police were labeling their searches immigration. They were also specifically inputting ICE, which stands for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and ERO for ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations Division. All of this suggested that local police were running searches on Flock's database on behalf of federal agencies. Local law enforcement in Colorado were even caught giving their Flock passwords to federal authorities. Those federal authorities have then run ALPR searches related to immigration enforcement. In town halls across the country...
Now, remember, I know that they're making a big thing about immigration. I wouldn't be focusing on that because I think that it'd be a great tool, but at what cost to the American citizen and their privacy? You have to be thinking about it this way. I know it's going to be really easy to be like, well, no, immigrants, illegal immigrants should be able to stay here, yada, 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 yada. But yeah, you can understand that this guy has some political leanings, but that shouldn't be the point that you take away from this. It is, when will this technology be used on its American citizens? Because apparently already is.
Residents have expressed concern that federal agencies might be able to access the Flock cameras in their communities.
Flock is not the company that we trust not to share our data. This is not, right? They're going to sell it to the highest bidder.
The intended purposes are all noble goals, but these cameras and this technology does so much more than that.
The only way to protect our residents, especially immigrants and people seeking reproductive care, is to not collect the data in the first place.
God, if these people would only the message, the thing is, here's the thing. The message of how dangerous these cameras would be, if you didn't make it political, but make it about an actual privacy issue, you would get these people would listen to you more. Because once you keep saying reproductive rights, illegal immigrants, try to make it like a general American thing that majority of America would understand. When you fucking make it about your own ideological political thing, then you're hurting America. Then you're not getting the right message out there. Here's what I'm saying. I'm telling my audience right now, I'm like, hey, I know you don't like this. I don't like it either. But that shouldn't be the focus of this. The focus should be on when will this turn to just general privacy issues around a constitutional right. Because if we pass that barrier, then we have a big problem. Like, then it's not about reproduction rights. Then it's not about illegal immigration. It's about government control and government surveillance watching you all the fucking time with no restrictions, which already kind of happens. But now it's up to a whole other level. See, you can make a point without making it ideologically to your benefit's side. If you talk to Americans like Americans and how this can hurt them in a general privacy matter, they will listen. Stop putting your ideological bullshit in there, you goddamn white liberals.
Some cities have put their contracts with Flock Safety on pause or ended
White female liberals. Have to be specific there.
them entirely. Flock now claims it will block any searches of a state's ALPRs if those searches violate that state's law.
When there is state legislation, we help our customers not
Yep, I was saying that earlier.
And following 404 Media's reporting, Flock removed Illinois, California, and Virginia from its national lookup tool. But it raised the question of whether federal authorities might have direct access to Flock cameras. Flock, at first, said they don't.
So you're in 6,000 municipalities.
Yeah.
Do you have any federal contracts?
We don't.
No, so no contracts with ICE?
No contracts with ICE.
1 month after that interview, Flock admitted that they actually did have a pilot program with U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Well, now that company admits immigration agents do have direct access.
Flock has insisted for months that federal agents do not have direct access to local police departments' tracking data. We now know that's not true.
A previously undisclosed program gave U.S. Customs and Border Protection access to a Flock account, which allowed federal agents to send invitations to police departments for one-to-one data sharing. In August 2025, Flock announced that it had paused all operations with federal agencies because of concerns from communities across the country over how that data is used. But the pause is only temporary. The company says it still has plans to work with federal agencies in the future.
I'm not sure that we've really fully grasped what that power is. That's an incredible power that really only, if you believe in like God or something, that's that kind of godlike power. To be able to fully analyze and be aware of an entire population's movement and motions and what that means about them, right?
I've been particularly obsessed with this question of...
Like I said, it's literally keys to the kingdom. This would be playing God. That is Big Brother, dude. I understand that this is why I'm like, hey, this would be a great technology for crime, but also at the same time, this could be a really bad thing for privacy. So, make sure that, you're informed what your local governments are doing with this. What they're doing with this data, what their police departments are doing with this data, if they're sharing that across state lines, and hell, are they eventually going to be sharing this across other countries, which is even a worse problem? Can you imagine China getting a hold of this online bullshit? Russia? It could get bad really quick.
How many cameras there are around us. I find it fascinating. At the same time, to be completely honest, I find it increasingly difficult to care about surveillance. It's overwhelming.
Yep. But this is a Patriot Act without an act. Think about that for a second. This is the Patriot Act without even an act. It's just a subscription service. That's even scarier, dude. At least we can elect our leaders. I don't know what this private institution's got to do with it. I didn't hire the sheriff in fucking California. Right? I didn't elect them. This is a private institution selling a service for police to collect all the data from all over the United States, and we don't know all the issues that can happen with them using it. We're going to finish up the video, and I'll give you a few examples here.
overwhelming. It's easy to tune out. There are too many kinds of surveillance technologies and too few things that we can realistically do about any of them. But in the United States, I think there's a case to be made that one company has single-handedly brought us into a new era of surveillance. The sheer number of cameras that Flock Safety operates and the ease of sharing data between those cameras are testing the limits of our right to privacy. At Flock, ALPRs are only the beginning. In 2025, the company debuted its newest product.
It's easy to
Drones.
see that drones are the future of law enforcement. They are safer, they are faster, they work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's nothing new for a tech company to disrupt an industry by moving into gray areas of the law. But when the industry that they're disrupting is the way that we enforce the law itself, that changes the equation. Even if you agree with Flock's mission, even if you don't care about the cameras or who has access to them, the bottom line is that a company whose stated mission is to eliminate crime might be going outside the law to do so.
And that's the
Thank you
point.
so much.
It's like, see, that's why I really like this video, because like you could hear his biases in there, but his ending statement is, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not with it. This could be a problem. And we're going to get into that here real quick. So there is a website called DFlock. And they are obviously against Flock. So they go into all the things and they go why you should be concerned. Now, some of these things I am concerned about. Some of the things I am concerned about. Do not reduce crime. I have looked at other studies. It definitely reduces crime by a bit. Well, okay, let me put it this way. They don't reduce crime only because I looked at the cities that they're in and the studies that they put. It's because the judges keep letting the criminals out. But as we saw before with this guy, he was able to hack in, not even hack in, but easily access Flock's data and cameras easily. So yes, it is a major security risk that our own government agencies from Homeland Security have said, no, this is a big problem. And are they abused? Yes. The woman who had the abortion across state lines. I'm sorry. Like, if it's against Texas law, then it's against Texas law. You have every right to go to California to get it. I disagree with it, but that is your right. Unless we want to change amendments to our change an amendment to our Constitution about states' rights, we can't be able to do that. Police shouldn't be able to do that. Police officer used Flock to stalk his estranged wife. A police officer accepted a bribe to run a woman's license plate in Georgia. A police officer used ALPRs to stalk his ex-girlfriend in Ohio. California agencies keeping data longer than necessary and sharing it with unauthorized agencies. So apparently they're only supposed to keep data for a certain amount of time. I believe we heard in the video 30 days. Oh, Louis Rossmann is fighting Flock? Okay, well, we don't have time to go to Louis Rossmann, but and as we saw, it can lead to dangerous police encounters. The thing is, with AI, the thing is, so much of the internet has already learned from this. It's the trust but verify thing. It's like, oh, a car is stolen. All right, this is the number that we got the license plate. Check the fucking license plate number before you hold a whole family hostage with guns. Like, not the best idea. So this is where where it gets ideological. Racist policing. ALPRs are more likely to surveil communities with a higher density of black and brown people, reinforcing systemic racism in policing. No. Okay, DFlock, I do understand what you're doing. I more so do like what you're doing, but just raising the awareness. But the thing is, you want to know why police officers are putting these cameras there? They are going to the high crime rates in certain areas. Just because they happen to have black and brown people means diddly squat. The thing is, you keep focusing on the race and not on the actions of the crime. So shut the fuck up, at least on that front. Anyway, this is actually the CEO kind of talking about DFlock.
Everywhere and increased surveillance everywhere. Yeah. There's an organization called DFlock who are semi-well known now, I guess, if you're interested in this stuff. Yeah. Who take a fairly aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras and having a Discord channel where they talk about potential, activities to move against Flock and stop it expanding. What do you think of that organization and the way they go about their business?
Yeah. So, I think there's really two groups of activists. You've got organizations like the ACLU and the EFF.
The ACLU. We'll get to them in a second.
Who take an above-board approach to fight for their point of view. And thankfully, we live in a beautifully democratic, capitalistic country where we can fight in court. And I have a lot of respect for those groups because they have reasonable debates and we follow the law. And then unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFLOC.
He's calling them a terrorist organization. Like, look at this. Look at this website. Would you say that there's some? I'm actually saying just some. I'm not even painting them a certain way, ideologically driven. Yeah, a little bit. But nowhere here am I seeing anything about terroristic organizations or anything here. He compared them to Antifa. I'm like, no, these are just kind of concerned citizens. Yes, do they kind of point out race in a few things? I think because they look at the data a little differently than most people, which is more than fine. And I'm not saying that there couldn't be some race stuff involved, but I will say the majority of the time it's because high crime rate areas, unfortunately, when we have 13% of the population causing 80% of the murder rates, then you have a problem. And I'm sorry, profiling kind of works. Let's see here. See, nothing here says anything about being anti-police. It's about the data they use and how to use it. So I think it's disingenuous for the CEO, as much as I appreciate the technology and I appreciate the goal. There are problems. People can hack into your systems. This social media approach and subscriber approach is definitely fucking around with the Fourth Amendment a little bit and calling them the equivalent to Antifa, I think is incredibly strong. He says that here in this interview.
Their motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else.
I'm sorry, I'm a concerned citizen. I know how dangerous Antifa is and how their radical left ideologies basically run the streets of California and Portland, but they are not that. Just because they're butting heads with your company doesn't mean that the concerns aren't there. All right? I see their political ideologies and I agree with most of what they're saying. There's a few semantics that I might disagree on, but the overall mission of being hey, there needs to be some reins to this technology right now because it can be abused.
And that I think is unfortunate because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order. I like a society that has a bedrock of safety. So for those groups, I think it's just disappointing that they haven't chosen a more constructive mannerism to try to get what they want, which they have a right to have. But that's why we have a democratically elected process, right? We're not forcing Flock on anyone. Elected officials know.
No, but you offered them a really sweet deal because just like in Christoph's video, he said that because they sell a subscription service, it's much cheaper to do the subscription than it is to buy these specific cameras individually for a whole city. You're essentially saying, hey, you know how your budget is way out of whack? We have a service that fixes that. So look, and the thing is, I'm all about capitalism. You are offering them a good deal, but I don't think they knew what they signed up for in regards to the service that you have. And it needs huge reins on it. Man. I'm all about, getting rid of crime, but I don't know. See, you need to be able to say, I don't know. You need to be able to say, I don't know where the limits are here, but I do know that there should be. And that we need to be very careful with this technology that you have, dude. You really need to be careful. And I really hope that the powers that be are able to recognize this and not take advantage of it and actually say, hey, no, we really need to make sure the Fourth Amendment is protected before doing anything like this. And speaking of the ACLU, From the ACLU website, Flock CEO goes ballistic on critics as more Americans question mass driver surveillance. CEO attacks motives of people who care about privacy, says they are trying to normalize lawlessness, let murders go free. And the thing is, I completely understand where he's coming from. Let's see, normalize lawlessness and weaken public safety. Now, I would like to know the full statement that he made. See, the attacks aren't new. You've been dealing with this forever, and we've been dealing with this since our founding from the same activist groups who want to defund the police. So, and the thing is, here's the weird thing. I agree with him there. There are some fucking radical nut jobs. I don't think DFlock is one of them. I think that they're just showing what the information is. And like I said, there's a small part that is politically, ideological. And that's just the way that they're looking at the data. I have no issue with that because I understand how people can come to that conclusion. All right. I'm not seeing anything about Antifa. I mean, I'd still have to look a little bit more into them, into DFlock. But so far, I'm not seeing that same radicalized rhetoric. Anyway, that's all I got. I got there. I'm sorry. These are going to. I chose really long stories today to cover, so I do apologize ahead of time for that. Let's see here. Where's my? There it goes. Okay. We got through it. We got through it, boys. Man. So Louis Rossman's going into on this, and not forcing, but we have no choice publicly to be in the camera's view. Yes. So the problem isn't the camera. That's not the problem. The problem is who has access to the data that camera collects. Like, do you see how I'm a little like, yes, but no, but yes, but no. I could see how it could be used here, but if we use it here, then that means it could go against private citizens. And then, wait a minute, oh man, this is a little too easy for people to take advantage of. And this isn't like the CIA or not the NHS, the NSA or anything like that. This is just local police departments doing this. All right? Like, it's out in the open that they have access to all of this information. Like, they're not even hiding it. And apparently, you could just be Joe Schmo to control one of the cameras. So that is a little concerning on so many levels. Like, I'm very conflicted on this. It's not something I wanted to necessarily talk about today, but I saw this little video and I was like, oh, hey, I thought this was going to be like a short that I was going to make later on. Like, I thought this was going to be let's look at this, there is a problem with kind of a security issue. And then I started looking further and further into it. I'm like, oh, God, this could be a real problem. So that's why I wanted to cover it today. Sorry, I think we've been talking about it for almost an hour. So, let's see. Do I want to skip these? Okay. All right, okay, this is a really juicy story, but I really want to get into this. So I live in Oregon, and I saw recently on a post about a month ago that there is something that's called the Peace Act. And what does the Peace Act do? It essentially broadens the scope of what cruelty to animals is. And that means hunting, fishing, and even livestock ranching. So this Peace Act allegedly, well, actually not allegedly, that's what it does, bans it from Oregon completely. I'm not joking. So this is from KDRV, local news, Fox station, I believe.
Story, animal rights, And moving into a developing story, animal rights advocates in Oregon are pushing a new initiative that could restrict hunting and fishing, and it's drawing both supporters and critics. The Peace Act would remove many exemptions from Oregon's animal cruelty laws, and if passed, hurting or killing animals, including game and fish, would be criminalized, except in cases of self-defense or veterinary care. Supporters say the measure extends pet-like protections to all animals and offers a transition fund to help industries adapt. Critics warn it could criminalize common practices in Oregon like hunting, fishing, and agriculture. Organizers have collected more than 92,000 signatures, but still need about 25,000 to make the November ballot. We'll continue to track the story as it develops.
Yes, this is a real thing. By the way, I believe they did get their signatures. And I thought that this was kind of a joke. I thought it was kind of one of those things like, oh, well, okay, Oregon is pretty liberal, but the thing is there's enough people that would give them backlash because a lot of people like to hunt, a lot of people grow their own food, a lot of people fish. Like, you can't just ban fishing and hunting and literal cattle ranching, right? Well, this bearded man is a reporter from the Oregonian.
Oregon could vote this November on whether most activities that injure or kill animals should be illegal. This would include everything from hunting, fishing, and livestock slaughter to animal research and pest control. I'm Joel Odom, a reporter for the Oregonian and
No. What it's saying is that so pets like cats and dogs, and other registered animals that you could consider as other, I guess, they have protections. Because you can't just abuse a dog for no fucking reason. You can't just kill a dog out of the bat. They are integrated. Dogs and cats are integrated into our society. Okay? This is expanding those protections to cows, to elk, to deer, to fish. So that means it would be illegal to fish. It would be illegal to hunt bears. It'd be illegal to hunt deer. It'd be illegal to hunt elk. It'd be illegal to it'd be illegal to hunt for squirrels. It'd be illegal to hunt for birds. Yeah. And like all birds, not just like a bald eagle or your state bird. Like this would be all birds, even turkeys.
Oregon Live, and here are some things to know about Initiative Petition 28, also known as the Peace Act. Initiative organizers say that they have gathered about 105,000 signatures so far. Now, those still need to be verified, but that puts them within striking distance of the 117,000 verified signatures that they need by early July to make the November ballot. If the measure makes the ballot and then passes, the protections that currently apply to pets would extend to other animals, salmon, deer, cattle, lab animals. Self-defense and veterinary care would still be exempt, but most activities that injure or kill animals would be criminalized. Groups including the Oregon Farm Bureau and the Oregon Hunters Association have lined up against the initiative.
Rightfully
and the OHA
so.
has said it will campaign against IP28 if it qualifies for the ballot. Even one of the chief petitioners of the initiative,
we'll get to that.
David Michelson, says he knows this measure is unlikely to pass. Michelson told me recently that simply making the ballot would be a win for his group.
Okay. So here, okay, you know what? I'm actually going to save my point for later because as you could tell, they, in this video, they said that there'd be funds for a transition period for economics. Okay. Well, let's dive a little bit deeper in this. This is the OregonHunters.org talking about the initiative Petition 28, also known as the Peace Act. Oregon IP28 would criminalize hunting, fishing, trapping, and farming. Initiative Peace Act would remove legal exemptions protecting hunting, fishing, trapping, farming from Oregon's animal abuse statutes, turning nearly 1 million Oregonians into criminals. The Oregon Initiative, officially titled the Peace Act, People for Elimination of Animal Cruelty Exemptions, someone called PETA because they're the biggest abusers in the fucking world, would eliminate the legal exemptions that currently protect all that I've talked about. Under current Oregon law, these activities are explicitly exempted from criminal animal abuse charges. IP 28 would remove those exemptions entirely, making all of the following criminal acts under state law illegal: hunting, fishing, trapping, farm and ranching, scientific research, tribal rights. They're even going after the red man. Approximately 1 million Oregonians would be affected by this. And who would be affected by that? It would be affected by Oregon's 330,000 licensed hunters and their families, 500,000 licensed anglers, so fishermen, 37,000 farms and ranches, and employing over 80,000 workers, wildlife biologists, trappers, and pest control operators. So apparently you can't kill fleas now. Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes within treaty hunting and fishing rights. So essentially, it would be going against even the tribal laws that we have here in Oregon, and veterinarians and animal research institutions. I'm sorry, I'd rather test on animals first than on people first. That's kind of how we do, boo boo. Yeah, exactly. No more dairy. Well, hold on. It's not technically no more dairy farm, because I'm about to get into the economics here for a second. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife estimates that hunting and fishing generate $1.9 billion annually in economic activity for Oregon communities. $2 billion of revenue would be leaving the state just like that. And honestly, I think it's even more. And here's the threat to ODFW, or Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Let's see, funding and wildlife conservation. Oregon's wildlife management and conservation programs are funded almost entirely through its hunting and fishing license fees, tags, and federal excise taxes on sporting goods. So guess what? All the hunting stores, that's out the window. All the chicken feed stuff, out the window. Like, so many different economic things here in Oregon. Hell, we're like the Oregon Trail, man. We couldn't even build this state without hunters or fishermen. It wouldn't have happened. If IP 28 eliminates hunting and fishing, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife would lose its primary funding source. So yeah, and the thing is, the ODFW, almost none of our taxes even go to them. A majority of it is just licensing. So what's at stake? $180 million annual budget funds habitat restoration, species recovery, hatchery programs. And I've been to the hatchery programs here when I was a kid. We have hatchery programs so that it's easier for salmon to go upriver, when they reproduce. And public lands across Oregon. Without hunting and fishing revenue, these programs of wildlife they protect would be defunded. Legislative opposition to it. Opposition spans party lines. In February 2026, Oregon Sportsman Legislative Caucus co-chairs Senator David Brock Smith and Senator Anthony Broadman issued a joint statement opposing the measure, calling it an attack on Oregon's rural economy and cultural heritage. So essentially they have gotten, now 117,000. So 105,000 was a month ago. I haven't read through this entire thing yet. But the thing is, this would be a horrible, horrible thing. And then we actually have a representative from the Oregon Farm Bureau, just the farmers. So we have, 30,000 of them?
This is Fox 12 Now.
Hello everyone, this is Fox 12 Now. I'm Brandon Wood, and thank you very much for joining us. We're live streaming here on the Fox 12 Oregon Newsroom. We're here every weekday starting at 1 p.m. We go throughout the afternoon. We cover a wide range of topics. This is something that we have discussed actually earlier last week, and we know that a lot of you out there are talking about, and it is something called IP 28, which is an initiative proposal that is currently collecting signatures. It has not reached the minimum number yet to be put on the ballot in November, but they are getting close to having that. If this does go on, what this...
And now we know that it has.
Ballot measure would propose is essentially the banning of all hunting, animal agriculture, fishing, and a number of other things related to animals in the state of Oregon. And I just want to give you the context of this before we start a discussion here with our guests. So they're calling it the PEACE Act, which is People for the Elimination of Animal Cruelty Exemptions, but IP 28 being the official name. We've heard from a lot of people about their feedback on this, but we want to hear from the Oregon Farm Bureau to get another perspective here on this. And I'm joined now by Lauren Kinsey from the Oregon Farm Bureau. And Lauren, thank you very much for being here with us to talk about this. And before we get into the actual measure, I was hoping to give everybody a better understanding. Would you mind talking to us, about the Oregon Farm Bureau and what exactly it is that you all do there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. So at Oregon Farm Bureau, we were established at the county level many years ago, and at the state level in 1932. We are a grassroots organization and
Almost
take pride in
100
representing
years.
nearly 7,000 of Oregon's family farmers and ranchers. They are growing and producing all of Oregon's 220 plus commodities, and we continue to be the state's largest general ag association.
All right, so representing a number of people then with this organization. Sounds like quite a bit.
Yes.
Thousands.
Yeah, to say it lightly. All right, well, going through this, talking about the Oregon agricultural landscape, could you give us just an idea of, maybe an overview of that in the state right now?
Yeah, so, as most folks know, agriculture really is an incredible cornerstone of our state's economy. But as anyone who is farming or ranching right now will tell you, things are tough. Our folks are struggling. Most folks have heard about, rising labor costs and the markets being unstable and et cetera. We could go on and on. Conditions are tough, and our producers need a break. They need to be economically viable, and they're struggling right now. And so things are tough, and we see IP28 as another threat to the viability of Oregon's ag industry.
If this bill were to be passed, and this is just to give the blanket statement to have your response. If this bill were to go onto the ballot, say it were passed and everything went in, how would this directly affect the agriculture industry in the state of Oregon?
Yeah, where do we begin? This is essentially an end to farming and ranching in Oregon.
Yep.
This IP28 is not a tweak; it is a rewrite.
Oh no, this would affect more than just that. Because guess what? If you don't have eggs, meat, essentially eggs and meat, or fishing in general, so we're looking at a lot of industries here individually. Guess where those grocery stores have to get their majority of their meat and fish and eggs? They'd have to get them all out of state, which means that all the grocery prices would rise up because they'd have to import them from other states. So essentially, this wouldn't just collapse an entire economy that's existed in Oregon, hell, in the United States for the past few hundred years, but it would raise all these prices exponentially so that people wouldn't have access to their food. Yeah, this is going even more above and beyond county. But yeah, like we would be, oddly enough, importing food from California and from Washington and from Idaho and potentially Nevada. And then their economy would go up and ours would drastically go down because we're removing a huge sector from it. And because we're removing that sector, all of our prices are going to go up. All the states around us economies are going to go up in those markets, and we're just going to be shit out of luck. Then all of these families that have had farms and have been hunting for 100 years, if not more, are shit out of luck with all the businesses that they've built. So this is horrible for all Oregonians. And I can't wait till we get to the person who actually started this petition.
It removes longstanding legal guardrails for ag production, animal agriculture in the state. We're talking ranching, hunting, fishing, research, animal husbandry. So, breeding your livestock. It is just, again, it would be so wide ranging. We have serious concerns.
What would something like this do to the economy, the overall economy of the state of Oregon?
We're talking a near total shutdown of animal agriculture, but I also do think of this as a statewide, crippling our statewide economy. I first think of the coast, the Oregon coast. You're talking about putting fishermen out of business. We're talking about farm suppliers, restaurants, transportation companies, distributors, farm workers.
Yep.
I see this as a threat from the coast to the desert, and that's how seriously at Oregon Farm Bureau we're taking this. And so I don't know an industry that wouldn't be affected. And so, again, this is a real threat for us.
Sushi restaurants out the door.
Again, just to ask these questions to hear your stance on this, we did have an interview with David Michelson, one of the people, the chief proponent behind this proposal, and he mentioned that there would be a transition fund as part of this that would help transition farmers, whoever it may be, out of industries into other ones. And one of the things he mentioned that it was that he'd seen people who have changed chicken farming easily into plant agriculture. I just want to get your response on that idea of a transition fund and that idea that farming could be switched over.
She's shaking her head. She is like, these people are crazy. These people are insane. Where are they going to get the money from? Because you just stole a bunch of money from your own economy and you just want to do a transition fund? And then that means that all the land they have, they still need to pay the taxes on all that land they have while making less money. So I don't think that they're going to be making some sort of, ease of a transition period for funding, because still at the end of the day, Taxman is going to come by and be like, well, I know that you set up your entire business and lifestyle, and hell, this was a family, organization for the last 100 years or more. But hey, go fuck yourself. That's what they're doing. Oregon is fucking itself. It's fucking its farmers. It's even fucking its own citizens. They have no idea what they're doing. So you want to know how retarded Oregon can be? We have a refinery here, an oil refinery here in Oregon, that because some, hippy-dippy lawmakers are like, hey, you know what? We need to protect the environment. That's all shut down. It'll take decades and decades in order to get get all the craftsmen and engineers back there in order to get it up again. It would take 10 years, if not more. And we have to get all of our gas from Washington when we could have been giving it to us. And if we would have been using that refinery, our gas prices would be actually down, more down than as it is now. And the thing is, it's actually fairly, it's a lot lower than it was initially. Thanks to Trump. But it's ridiculous, the decisions these fucking morons make, thinking that they're saving the world and they're just hurting people.
To a plant agricultural based from animal agriculture.
No, I don't. Plant ag is not it's not realistic or really a blanket substitute for animal agriculture. Failing to recognize the, Oregon's land and water constraints and.
Oh no. Well, we'll look at the origination of this act here in a second, and you'll see that no, people are just retarded. They literally, we will get into it. The person definitely drinks their own Kool-Aid and smells their own farts.
Framing livestock as replaceable is wild. Our producers, our farmers and ranchers are engaging in some of the most sustainable and economically viable uses of their land. I don't understand how you can just suggest we can switch to plant agriculture with a straight face.
All right, Lauren, I guess anything else that you would like to add, that you would like people to know, just from the Oregon Farm Bureau stance?
Yeah, a couple things. Farmers and ranchers in the state take animal care incredibly seriously. To suggest otherwise is offensive. We do expect this to make the ballot in November. It is concerning. We do believe that most Oregonians will look at this and not be supportive. And so we just encourage folks to ask questions. We know proponents are walking around with clipboards saying end animal cruelty. And so we would just urge Oregonians to really ask questions and engage with us. You can visit OregonFB.org and learn more. And we are working on starting a campaign and are taking this seriously.
All right, well, Lauren, I want to say thank you very much for joining us to talk about this too, and very important hearing from the Oregon Farm Bureau just about all the work that you do here in the state and thoughts on something like this that, as you mentioned, it does seem like this certainly could make the ballot come November. But I just want to say again how much I appreciate your time on being here in Fox 12 Now.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Very reasonable woman, being like, these people have no idea what they're talking about. She's being a lot nicer than she probably wants to be. Now let's meet the fucking idiot who proposed this in the first place.
Hello, everyone. This is Fox 12 Now to speak to in this interview. To start off, I want you to know that we also spoke to the Oregon Hunters Association, and so we will have their response coming up as well. But to start off, here it is. This is David and his talk about this initiative and why it came to be.
Yeah, happy to share about how it came to
And he looks exactly how you think he'd look.
And thank you again for having me. The initiative started because I was working as a paid circulator back in 2020. And at the same time, I was doing a research project for a school class.
Oh, not only that, Rob Lee, they also want to control pests. So we can't even kill the bugs either.
That looked at our animal cruelty laws. And while doing that, I realized that in Oregon, animal abuse is defined as the intentional, knowing, and reckless injury of an animal, which is a pretty broad definition at first. And I was curious, why then, when we intentionally slaughter animals, when we intentionally hunt them, experiment on them, why were those not covered under that definition? And the reason is that there's another state law that says the following list of activities would be exempt from our animal cruelty laws. And it became pretty clear to me that if you just amended that law, made a pretty simple change, it would have a very big impact. It would extend the same cruelty.
Yeah, the guy literally looks like that he needs to eat protein.
Protections our dogs and cats already have to all animals statewide, which would then ban slaughter, hunting, experimentation under that definition of abuse. So because it seemed pretty straightforward, I thought I'm really curious where this would go. Submitted the initiative originally for the 2022 election cycle. It was just myself starting out, but I slowly got a smaller group of
this guy's been working on this for about 3 to 4 years.
People involved, and then we tried again for 2024, got a little bit more support, and then tried again for 2026. And so we've definitely been building over the past 5-6 years.
And to that extent, I guess, to ask about the building toward that, can you let us know how many signatures you have now and what would be needed to take this to the next level?
Yeah, we have about 105,000 signatures right now.
And we confirmed earlier that's 117,000. I haven't done enough research. I don't know if all of those are verified yet.
That we've collected. We need, the legal number is 117,173, but you do need to submit enough extra because some will always get thrown out for every campaign. Usually people either just aren't actually registered to vote, but they thought they were, or some are illegible, unfortunately, things like that. So we are going to try to collect more than that, but we are close at least to that threshold number.
Talking about the initiative itself and some of the things that you brought up there, what would your response be to some of the things that could happen with an outright ban of, let's say, hunting, for example, talking about it to that extent? Do you see any issues there with potential ecological problems or even overpopulation, say, of deer, elk herds, things like that?
So with the population...
I haven't watched this entire video. I just saw what he looked like and be like, yeah, I know who this guy is.
Specifically, or actually, I kind of want to take a step back about hunting more broadly.
Oh no, I want to back up so I don't have to answer the actual question. And even if I do answer the question, it's going to be retarded.
Okay.
Our campaign recognizes that individuals right now are trying to meet a variety of needs that they have using hunting as a strategy. Those needs in some cases are sustenance, some cases are attempting to protect the environment or protect other species, some cases recreation, some cases cultural practices. The needs themselves, our campaign really wants to acknowledge and find another way of meeting that also meets the needs of animals at the same time. With population...
By getting rid of an entire economy, by getting rid of what humans have been doing for thousands of years, by getting rid of what animals fucking do to each other. You do know they eat each other, right, sir? Have you thought about that?
Particular, I think that's almost it's one that we talk about quite often. There are other strategies if we want to intervene in wildlife populations. There are non-lethal methods of doing so, some that we've already developed, like the introduction of sterile males into a population or using certain forms of birth control contraceptives. There are probably...
Are we giving animals contraceptives? Hold on.
It's one that we talk about quite often. There are other strategies if we want to intervene in wildlife populations. There are non-lethal methods of doing so, some that we've already developed, like the introduction of sterile males into a population or using certain forms of birth control contraceptives. There are probably other non-lethal forms of wildlife management that we could develop or perfect if we took the lethal forms off the table. So we still...
So essentially, you want to get rid of a traditional way that humans have fed themselves for thousands of years and just magically find some sort of other intervention. It's like, oh, now that it's gone, now we need to suddenly find a new incentive. It's like, no, that's not how that works. You need to find the incentive ahead of time before you destroy an entire state's economy, you fucking jackass.
Want the same needs to get met. Ours as well as the animals. And right now, using hunting as a strategy as a go-to for all of those things doesn't recognize that
it is a form, and it is a very effective form. If you want to do sterilization, put sterilized males out there in the meantime, fine. But also at the same time, when you put out those sterilized males, guess what? They can also feed a family, especially if you get a big elk. You can feed a family for almost a year with just one. And we have, what, over 330,000 hunters? That, let's just say each of those hunters get $1 a year, and then you just magically remove them? Have you done the math, sir? Because you have enough hair in your head to count, so I think you might be able to count. No, you don't give a shit. You haven't even thought about this all the way through. You have no idea the economy that you are going to hurt. And the thing is, it's not just hunters. It's not just cattle ranchers. It's not just fishermen. It's literally an entire economy. Restaurants will close down because of this. Because guess what? Majority of people are not fucking vegetarians, which it seems like you are. And the thing is, like I was saying before, we'd have to import all of our meat, all of our eggs, all of our fish. You fucking idiot. The thing is, and I actually do have this question, does that mean that actually using a chicken's eggs, would that be considered animal abuse? Have you even asked that question to yourself? Is that what the legislation says? Like, how can you be this retarded, you bald fucking fag?
That those animals have needs and that doesn't value them in the same way that we value our own.
Just talking about those population control measures, for what would be needed for that, you mentioned the sterilization. Wouldn't that go against what this initiative is kind of about for part of that?
So this initiative is trying to prevent the intentional, knowing, and reckless injury or killing of an animal. It also prohibits the artificial insemination, masturbation, and impregnation of animals as well. So it would not prohibit us from intervening in the affairs of animals
You know that, like, trainers breed dogs too, right? Are you that oh God, are you that retarded? Oh God. I knew this was gonna be retarded, but I didn't know it was gonna be this retarded.
lethally or non-injuriously. And I do not currently believe that the forms of birth control, for instance, New York City actually has done this not for wild animals, but for rats. They've replaced poison boxes with birth control boxes, essentially, so that you can lower the population of rats without killing them. And I wouldn't classify that as injury personally.
You can kill a rat without a hunting license. Anyone can kill a rat without a hunting license. And it's very different because over in New York City, they carry diseases more, and they breed faster than deer, elk, or cattle do. They become an infestation. And when it comes to population control, like I said before, if you take out the 330,000 hunters here in Oregon, I'm sorry, like, it's not going to be as fast, but there's going to be a population problem, and you are going to see that happen real quick. Like, it's kind of like when Oregon, for a small amount of time, they legalized drugs, like hardcore drugs, and guess what? They're trying to reel that back because guess what? It was a really bad idea.
I have a feeling most judges would agree with that interpretation, although I'm not a judge. So our initiative is about finding creative strategies to, again, meet our needs as well as the animals' needs without killing them, without using that as the go-to, which is unfortunately very common in our current world.
To that extent, too, just talking about the initiative itself, looking at, and I'm looking at such a wide band on so many things, it's going to the farming side of things. Can you walk us through, how farming and agriculture, particularly in animal products, would be affected by this?
Yeah, so in Oregon, if this were to pass, it would ban killing animals, including for food, so there would be no more slaughterhouses in Oregon. It would also ban, again, the artificial insemination, which is a very common practice in animal agriculture. So it would have a big impact.
Why is that a common practice, sir? It's nothing new. You want good breeds, to continue good breeding, which is better meat, healthier meat, grass-fed meat especially with cattle that are really, disease resistant. That's one of the reasons they do that, you fucking moron.
The initiative does set up a transition fund to help pay for things like job retraining, income replacement, animal care for those animals who would no longer be killed, ideally. It is another example of we want to really, really empathize with the fact that people in animal agriculture, in slaughterhouse work, they're trying to meet needs for economic stability, for participating in a community, for providing sustenance, ideally. I mean, they really do, I think, want to contribute to others' lives. And we, again, want to find a different strategy for getting those same needs met. There's some great examples of people transitioning from animal agriculture to plant agriculture, particularly with chicken farmers. It's actually interesting that the barns often used in chicken farming can be adapted for mushroom farming, which is a cool example.
Wait, what?
Sustenance, ideally. I mean, they really do, I think, want to contribute to others' lives. And we, again, want to find a different strategy for getting those same needs met. There's some great examples of people transitioning from animal agriculture to plant agriculture, particularly with chicken farmers. It's actually interesting that the barns often used in chicken farming can be adapted for mushroom farming, which is a cool example. And again, I think we can...
One more time, just so I completely understand what he just said.
Trying to meet needs for economic stability, for participating in a community, for providing sustenance, ideally. I mean, they really do, I think, want to contribute to others' lives. And we, again, want to find a different strategy for getting those same needs met. There's some great examples of people transitioning from animal agriculture to plant agriculture, particularly with chicken farmers. It's actually interesting that the barns often used in chicken farming can be adapted for mushroom farming, which is a cool example. And again,
Yes, and guess what? That will cost money. Then that means not only that, there's still people that haven't done that before. And guess what? Turning those barns into mushroom farming, mushroom agriculture costs money. That means you have to get water pumps. You have to get a bunch of things that you have to buy. And you want to transition all that stuff. But the thing is, when you're also getting rid of this entire economy, then that means all these people, all these farmers that have invested in technology, farming equipment, things that help them raise these chickens, things that help them raise the cattle, that now becomes useless. They can't sell it anywhere in Oregon. And guess what? That money, all that, equipment, it's going to go to other states because no one here can use it. You dumb fuck.
I think we can continue to develop those strategies if we decided as a society we want to move in that direction.
How would those kinds of transitions be funded?
So the transition fund says, one, it wants the legislature to fund this to the fullest capacity, operational capacity allowable. And it doesn't mandate that the legislature do a specific funding stream. We didn't really want to.
Oh, so you didn't really think about it. Good. Great. You've barely thought about it. Just like, some people went into mushrooms. Oh, we're not quite sure how the transition is going to go, but there are ideas out there like, oh no, we're just going to collapse an entire economy. Just as like, because we want it, because we're delusional, because we don't want to face reality, because you want to look good and forcing your ideological lifestyle onto other people, onto an entire state, and then jacking all the prices up. Guess what? Okay, you want to know what will happen? All those cows, all those chickens, they're just going to be sent off state. Because immediately the thing that they're going to do, because what's the incentive structure? You just said that their entire business model would no longer exist. So what are they going to do, those chickens? They're going to ship them to other places in other states. So essentially, where it is legal, which is everywhere. So essentially, all this animal cruelty that you're saying that you want to get rid of here in Oregon, you're just shipping it off elsewhere. All the animals that are here are basically just going to go over there, at least the farming animals.
Distract from, if we agree as a society we want to move in this direction,
I forgot about that. Yep, mushroom season isn't even all year round.
Find a way to do that. So it gives them pretty broad authority to find sources of revenue, although it does state that any current funding used for an activity that would be banned under this law would be redirected to that transition fund. So right now, any funding that would go towards killing animals, to breeding animals, things like that, that money would have to be redirected.
when you look at things like the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and some of the different ways that they, are managing habitat rehabilitation, their different various initiatives, a lot of that funding does come from hunting fees, licenses. How would you handle that, and would that be something that they would not be allowed to do since that could interfere with wildlife?
So they wouldn't be able to authorize hunting, selling hunting licenses because they couldn't. The state could not authorize an activity that would be illegal. Right now, when I looked through their budget last, and that was actually maybe 2 years ago during the prior election cycle, it looked like a lot of the funding that they were getting through the sales of hunting tags and such were going towards managing hunting grounds and sort of facilitating the activities that they were also getting revenue from. A very small fraction, according to their own budget, goes towards conservation efforts specifically. And the transition fund could be used to continue with conservation efforts. It's explicitly written. So our campaign cares a lot about that. Again, we just want to find a different strategy to meet that same need.
I don't know anything about how they use their budget, but I just know, man, this is such a dumb idea.
And how would you anticipate this transition taking place? It seems like this would be something that would take some time.
You can tell that this reporter's he's being incredibly professional. He's just asking questions, but you can tell he's like, this guy is fucking retarded.
Yeah, so I could answer that one or two ways. I do want to acknowledge that everyone on the campaign is aware it seems very unlikely that 50% of Oregonians are ready right now in 2026 to stop killing animals. We would love it for it to pass, we'll campaign for it to pass, but we are aware that that is unlikely to happen. We are looking at a much longer trajectory. We're inspired a lot by the women's suffrage movement, which used the ballot initiative tactic to get the right to vote. And in Oregon, it took 6 election cycles before it finally passed. And we're not the only state that had that happen. So we want to get on the ballot now. We want to have this conversation and move us in that direction so that by the time it does finally pass, by the time 50% of Oregonians are ready to stop killing animals, I think
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You are relying on misinformed people. You are trying to virtue signal a lifestyle that is against all of human history and all of reality. You are about to burn down an economy. You have no idea the amount of hurt that you are going to cause for not just farmers, not just hunters, not just fishermen, but literally the entire economy. You think people are leaving California? When they see those grocery bills go up, they're going to look at that dumb fucking face of yours and go, fuck you, fuck this guy, fuck this state, we out. Girlfriend.
world will already look different. I think there will be far less to transition. But in theory, if everyone was so compelled by our campaign in this election cycle, 50% of voters, 50 plus 1, decided to vote for this. According to our Constitution, something has to take at least 30 days to take effect. And so we decided to put in constitutionally the 30-day window, but no more, primarily because we do view this as urgent. We want animals to not be killed. And so there isn't...
I'm sorry, but you're not going to be stopping that. Like I said before, what are they going to do with the chickens? If this is passed, what are they going to do with the cattle? They're going to sell it off to other states for them to be slaughtered. You dumb, 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 dumbity dum dum, dibbity dum, dumbity dum dum dum, dum dum, dum 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 dum. Man.
Multi-year process for a transition like there might be in some other forms of animal welfare regulation and such. That said, in Oregon, legislatures are able to adjust initiatives after something is passed, so it would be up to them, I think, to some extent, what that transition would look like.
All right, and what's next then as far as the signatures? So continue to gather those, it sounds like?
Yes, yeah, we have until the end of June to meet the deadline. I think July 2nd is the official deadline. If we get enough signatures, that'll trigger the verification process, and if we end up with over that 117,000, it'll be on the ballot in November.
All right. Well, David, thank you very much for joining us to walk us through this and what the initiative is and informing people about how you see this. And really appreciate your time being here on Fox 12 Now.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like that they do talk to the Hunters Association here. So we're just going to skip to that.
Stance really in the state of Oregon, so that's what we have here. Let's go ahead and listen. Joining us here to talk about this. Before we get started talking about IP 28, the Peace Act, would you mind just telling everybody a little bit about yourself and the organization?
Sure. So my name is Amy Patrick. I am the lobbyist representing Oregon Hunters Association and Oregon Wild Sheep Foundation. I am also a sixth-generation Oregonian. My background is in farming and forestry, so very familiar with all the areas of Oregon that this particular initiative would impact.
And this initiative, for people who don't know, just to clarify for you, it's called the People for the Elimination of Animal Cruelty Exemptions. So this is an initiative petition where actively ban, I think just to start off, I would just like to hand it to you and maybe get your initial response to this petition.
Sure. So this is something that I've actually been following for the last about 5 years since they first came on the scene, I believe in 2021, in their attempt to make the 2022 ballot. So this initiative is pretty far-reaching. I guess I will start there. Not only, would it do the things I think that the proponent is talking about, but the criminalization of hunting, fishing, being able to raise animals for food. Our cattle industry in Oregon is one of the main drivers of our economy. But what this would do is go into the animal abuse statutes and remove exemptions that protect legal and lawful actions from being called animal abuse. One of those would be criminalizing then, with the removal of that exemption, the hunting, fishing, wildlife management, research and education around animals, safe and reasonable handling tactics or handling requirements, all the way down to the ability to trap mice and vermin. So that's, I think, one thing that doesn't get talked.
Wait, we wouldn't even be able to do that? Wow.
Talked about a lot when people talk about this is that this would affect every Oregonian, all the way down to you would not be allowed to trap mice or rats or anything in your house. So it's very, very far-reaching. I'm not sure that those far-reaching aspects of the petition get talked about often enough.
Certainly covering a lot there with that. When it comes to this, looking at some of the various angles of it and various aspects, I guess, talking from a hunter's perspective, what are some of the dangers that you would see of banning hunting outright?
Sure. So hunting is one of the main conservation uses and management uses for our wildlife. So if you were to ban hunting and fishing is of the same vein, not only are you taking away a really important conservation tool for managing a herd population, respective to available habitat and things like that, you're also taking away a main funding source for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Hunters and anglers and trappers, we are the main driver of ODFW's budget. That's something that the Oregonians, I think, by and large, don't understand, is how ODFW is funded. Historically, the users, hunters, anglers, trappers, we are paying about 55% of the agency's budget. The general fund dollars, which are all of our tax dollars, historically, that's a very low percent of ODFW's budget, around 10%. So predominantly, we, the hunters and anglers, we're the ones that are shouldering the cost of the agency. So the follow-on from that is, if you criminalize hunting, fishing, trapping, you are also going to be taking the legs out from underneath ODFW's budget, further decimating wildlife conservation efforts in the state.
And
that one guy's like, "Oh no, it's like a very small little budget." She's like, "No, it's 55% of our budget, idiot."
What kind of effect could all of this have economically? Just if from a hunting ban to an agricultural ban for those people that are involved in animal agriculture?
Oh, I think the economic impacts for the state cannot be overstated enough. As I mentioned before, beef is one of our main economic drivers in the state. But when you look at all of the animal agriculture that happens around Oregon, and then you expand that also to take in our coastal regions where our commercial fisheries and crabbing make up a huge part of our economies as well, the trickle-down effect, again, of this is going to be a loss of economy for the state. And what that means for Oregon is we're already in a time frame where taxes are a big deal right now going on in the state, trying to balance the budget, the deficit at the Capitol during this short session right now. We're going to see further complications to our economy should this go forward. We're going to see less services and a much tighter budget outlook, which may require more taxation on all of Oregonians to make up.
Yep. And because people won't be paying those hunters licensing fees, taxes will go up because these idiots do not think it through.
For it.
Do you see this as having a chance to pass?
I see this as having a chance to make the ballot as far as they are on their signatures at this point. I am hopeful that Oregonians will not vote yes on this. I'm hopeful that whether you're in an urban region or a rural region, you understand what makes Oregon great. And part of that is our wildlife, and part of that is our economy that comes from our farming and ranching. And that folks will really, really delve into what this does and how this is going to affect, not just in this abstract, so if you're not a hunter or you're not a rancher or a farmer, don't think that this is not going to affect you in your day-to-day life. If you go down to your local farmer's market and that's where you like to buy your local produce or your local meat, that would be no more. You would not be able to do that because we would not be able to raise and sell local beef, lamb, pork at a farmer's market. All of your proteins would now be shipped in from out of state, all the way down to, like I mentioned before, not being able to trap mice or rats in your home. Businesses, restaurants would not be able to do that either. So this is going to have an effect on everyone.
Hold on. Let's hear that again.
Shipped in from out of state.
Oh, wait, didn't I say that?
No more. You would not be able to do that because we would not be able to local day-to-day life. If you go down to your local farmer's market and that's where you like to buy your local produce or your local meat, that would be no more. You would not be able to do that because we would not be able
Yep, all those vendors gone.
To raise and sell local beef, lamb, pork at a farmer's market. All of your proteins would now be shipped in from out of state. All the way down to, like I mentioned before, not being able to trap mice or rats in your home. Businesses, restaurants would not be able to do that either. So this is going to have an effect on everyone. I'm really, really hopeful that Oregonians will understand that and vote no on this.
All right, Amy, thank you very much for your time to talk about this. I really appreciate it. Was there anything else that you'd like to add?
I just hope that if this measure makes the ballot, what this will do is drive a huge voter response. I would love to see a large turnout. And again, I'd love to see that turnout protect Oregon's way of life and common sense.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. There we go.
Holy shit. This is fucking wild. I can't believe these idiots just exist. Oh, maybe we can find alternative ways. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. There probably are alternative ways. Not as effective, dude. Because guess what? You said, mistreatment of animals. And you said sterile males out into the wilderness. But I have a question where's this retard? I have a question to him. How do those males become sterile? Wouldn't that also be a form of animal abuse by cutting off their testicles? I mean, if we're going to be drawing the lines here, that's a pretty wishy-washy one. Doesn't that go against your little initiative? You bald fuck. God. Anyway. Hello, Weeping Hero. Oh, wow. Wow. That, man, I just have nothing but long stories today. That's what she said. Oh, God. Oh, man. Okay. I need a... I'm sorry. I was on one today. And by the way, Jay, thank you for, I believe... Did I make you a mod on my Rumble channel? Hold on. I think... God. I think I have to do it a different way that's different from... YouTube, where you can just click on the button. I'll figure it out later. If I haven't made you a mod, I'll do it. I'll do it later. Or if you just went to that guy just to be like, go fuck yourself. So yeah, that was weird coming from Rumble, dude. That was really weird. Anyway. Oh, no worries, Weeping Hero, man. No worries. I still need to read your stories, though. I am behind on that. I spent a good chunk of my day working on the stream. It was one of those, I'll just talk about this, and this. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Jay. And by the way, Jay, are you a mod on my Rumble channel? I know I need to add people on there. But you have to kind of go a different route to add a mod, I think. Anyways, all right. Great conversation, and some of you put out some really good points. No, you're not a mod. Okay, I'll try to remind myself to do that after the stream. We still have one more story to go. Just remember to vote tomorrow. Your freedom depends on that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, mail-in ballots are still legal here, so I just need to pick mine up. And the thing is, I'm still registered as a Democrat. Man, I really need to go to the post office and change that. But anyway, we have one more story to go, and it's a long one. All right? So, okay, how do I want to start this? So the courts, everyone knows that the courts favor women in many different ways. Definitely in family court, And sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong, involving adult assault, as some could say. And then there are times where the court absolutely gets it wrong, even though the evidence is staring in their face. A YouTuber has been sent to prison to what I believe are incredibly false allegations. I almost said allegations because I watch social actual justice warriors so much. So this is Jack. And the title of this is, if you're reading this, I'm in prison. And we're going to hear his story. It's a long video, guys. So buckle up. Oh, shit. Man, I need a stream deck. All right. Take two.
My name's Jack. I'm a content creator, or I used to be, until I had my life torn apart by a false accusation. Since this situation went public, I've received death threats, I've been banned from establishments, all of my YouTube channels have been taken down, I've lost friends, I've lost work opportunities, pretty much everything. I'm innocent. That's all I gotta say, really. Everybody knows I'm innocent. I did not want to have to make this video, but I've been silent on this issue for as long as possible, and enough is enough. My appeal was this month, and I'm waiting on the decision, so I still have to be extremely careful about what I say.
So he made this video in preparation just in case he went to prison, and he did.
Goal with this video is to share what happened in a non-biased a way as I possibly can. I'm going to try my best not to be emotional and just be completely neutral here and share objective facts and evidence to show my innocence. The timelines of the encounter, inconsistencies in the evidence and testimony, and that there are enough inconsistencies to make you go read the full testimony yourself. Legally, I'm not allowed to say as much as I would like to, but I'm going to do my best to share what I can. Before anything else, I do want to say this. I believe survivors of sexual assault and false accusations of sexual assault deserve to be taken seriously and treated with compassion. I've been through both. Nothing I'm about to say is meant to minimize real harm.
The thing is, like, how many YouTubers have we heard say that? And still to this day, it baffles me that in regards to especially the radical feminists, still promoting this believe all women narrative. I still can't believe it's still infested the courtrooms. I mean, I've had people really get hurt from false accusations. And every time I hear about this, as much as I do my best to trust the courts with enough of a skeptical eye, man, I had one friend, it could have torn his life apart. And he did nothing wrong. And now to see this guy, because I did see this entire video, guys, and I do not understand at all how he lost his case. Like, the evidence is right there that he didn't do anything wrong, and they're still sending him to prison, and we'll get into that, obviously.
That being said, let's get into it. In February 2021, I was falsely accused and charged with sexual assault from a consensual encounter between myself and a woman in August 2020. I'll refer to her as the accuser. My legal team and I spent several years going back and forth to get records and evidence to help my case, and we finally went to trial in 2024, and the judge wrongfully...
This is what happens, people. What John is saying, and that's why I don't want to help any women, because I don't want to get accused of SA. Like, dude, I've seen, like, you've seen those videos of, like, women asking for help and then men just saying, nope, nope. That's how bad it's gotten. Even basic help, like, you know, lifting something into a woman's truck. I'm like, nope, I'm not an employee. Get an employee to do it. Nope. Are you my girlfriend? Nope. Are you my mom? Nope. Are you my sister? Nope. Are you a friend that I've known for 10 years? Still a maybe. Like, that's what feminism has done to the courtroom. Well, no, sorry, to society in general. Like, men want to be polite. Men want to help. But you have given us every reason not to be chivalrous because of these false accusations. I mean, hell, Smash JT, I sent him a video and he ended up actually live reacting to the entire thing. I thought he was just going to kind of glaze over it real quick. But just willy-nilly, this woman just like called Andrew Wilson an essayer with no evidence, just willy-nilly. And she called him a farmer of grapes, let's just say. And it was uncalled for, no evidence, never even was in the same room as Andrew Wilson, and just called him that for almost no reason because of what her idea of what a farmer of grapes is.
Convicted me. I say wrongfully as I have always maintained my innocence, and I will explain why in a bit. Based on how things go with my appeal, there are two options. Either the appellate court will order me a new trial, or I'll have to spend 3 years in jail for something I didn't do, and my life is essentially over. And in the meantime, there's been newspaper articles, there's been documentaries, and all kinds of misinformation put out. So now I'm going to go over some information to help you get a better grip of what actually happened. At the time of the incident, I was a YouTuber, actor, filmmaker, and primarily known for pranks. I've been working full-time and earning a living as a content creator since approximately 2016. I met the accuser after matching with her on Tinder. Tinder is an app for people to go and hook up with. I recognized her from one of my party videos, McMaster Hoko 2019. On that day, this person managed to find me and my camera crew in a crowd of 10,000 people in order to be interviewed. After matching on Tinder, we messaged on Instagram, texting and flirting before agreeing to meet up. The accuser drove approximately 30 minutes from Oakville to my house in Hamilton, Ontario. I invited her in, I showed her around. And
so this is Canadian court. If that gives you any indication of why this probably definitely went the way that it did.
then she asked for a tour of my YouTube studio. I suggested we should go for a hike. We then left my house and drove to a hiking trail, but upon arriving, it was getting dark, so we agreed to return to my house and watch Netflix and chill. Upon returning to my house, we did just that. We watched Netflix and we had a consensual encounter. I'm not proud to admit this, but at the time, I was sleeping around with a bunch of different women. The accuser also had multiple different partners recently before me, as per DNA evidence, as well as confirming sleeping with an alleged boyfriend just a few days prior to meeting me. Now, to clarify, this is not a judgment on her character. Rather, it's to provide context on our generation's modern culture of frequent hookups. In retrospect, I definitely should not have been sleeping with these women, but I was a young guy and I was famous on the internet. I would often film a quick consent video when having sexual encounters with strangers that knew I had a large following as a proactive way to ensure I had clear consent from whoever I was hooking up with, especially women who have been featured in a previous video of mine.
Okay, I've been trying to have a rule of donations being addressed after covering a topic, but this is almost an hour-long video, so we're gonna break my new rule already. Jay Viper comes in with the $5 dono, making sure that my app actually works. See, it works. You know what you should do, Jay, is donate on Rumble just to extra make sure. But let's give you a little bit of a smash dance here, just real quick. Thank you so much, Jay. I really do appreciate it. All right, continuing on. Hey, Alucard, nice to see you here.
This is not a normal way to live, but it is common in society and especially amongst athletes, celebrities, and public figures.
So essentially, he said, usually, especially if you're, a prominent YouTuber, like, I would say a prominent YouTuber would be anyone over 500,000 subscribers. Oh, and it worked. He did donate twice, and it went to $7. Told you it works, Jay. Told you it works. You know, even for $2, we'll give you another dance. All right. Thank you so much, Jay. Especially just knowing that my app still works with all the changes that I've made, because it's something that I worry about with every single time I change something in the AI that I use. But anyway, let's continue the story. So essentially, I don't know how many subscribers that this guy used to have, but the way that I've always viewed it is you are I would probably consider yourself a big YouTuber, especially if you're a YouTube personality, not like a nameless channel, where you really need to start worrying about this stuff is around like 400,000 to 500,000 subscribers. That's kind of where I at least how I've always viewed it. Like, because right now, nowadays, and Jay could tell you, like 100,000 subscribers, like you have Hypnotic that has 100,000, Real Life Fake Wizard has 100,000, Hypnotic, Smash JT, I think I said one of those names already. D-Day Cobra, I forget how many hundreds of thousands he has, but the thing is, like 100,000 in YouTube. Oh, I bet you they'll find you at 30K, especially if you're making a lot of money, because you can make a lot of money with not a lot of subscribers. It's absolutely possible if you want to go strictly to a monetized model, like almost. So it essentially you'd be removing the personality and only be education. So it just depends. It depends. But I'm saying if you are a YouTube personality, your face is out there, or even if you're a covered up face like me, even before I was doxxed, you still need to be vigilant on these encounters. And what he is saying is that he had a practice to film consent. And we will get into that later of why that didn't happen.
So during our encounter, I attempted to film a consent video, and she informed me that she didn't want to be recorded. So I stopped the recording and deleted whatever was briefly recorded right in front of her. We then continued what we were.
So according to him, he started recording for consent, and she said that she didn't want that. Okay? We're all clear on that? So we haven't gone to legal docs yet. This is what he is saying right now.
Doing, having a consensual sexual encounter. I want to be very clear here. The encounter was enthusiastic, ongoing. There was no confusion about it. She was consenting, as was I. She communicated consent in many different ways, particularly verbally, asking me to spank her and telling me during sex, f me, f daddy, amongst other things. I don't want to repeat them, but you can go and read the things that she said to me in the transcripts. After finishing our encounter, we chatted briefly before I politely told her I had to be up early in the morning, and I asked her to leave. That was the conclusion of the date. Quoting from the court transcript, although the accuser originally told police that she was obviously fine with being asked to leave, her testimony at trial revealed otherwise. In cross-examination, she admitted that the dismissal did not feel good, and she agreed with trial counsel that she felt worthless because she was treated as a conquest or notch on Mr. Densmore's bedpost.
Which is not, say the line, Bart, which is not essay. Regret is not SA. I want to use the other R word, but I can't because of frickin' YouTube. But this is one of the reasons why there's consent and then there's modern consent. So essentially, modern consent is I can change my mind later at any time that I want, even if I said it's okay at the time. And you can look through it. You can find many documents, court documents of women admitting that they said yes at the time and then regretted it later and then called it SA. And still the man gets sent to prison. But this is like one of the times where apparently, I've never heard of this YouTuber before. I never got into the prank video scene as a viewer. But if this guy is was prominent. What was his name again? I have his gifts and go here. Jack Denmo. So I'm not sure how many subscribers he had in his YouTube ventures before they got nuked, but I will look that up in a sec.
So in hindsight, I can absolutely see why this would make her feel bad. She had traveled to see me. She was texting her friends and family about me and our date ahead of time. In particular, some high expectations for me. Kicking her out was rude and dismissive. I didn't think that way at the time, but I regret how I handled that. And if I could go back, I would do things differently. With that,
Yeah. We've seen what hurt feelings can, from a woman, can destroy a man, and what they will do because of hurt feelings. It's not like it's not like Jay and I have a friend or anything that is dealing with with a lawsuit because of, mean factual words that someone else has said. I don't know. We might have a friend like that. I don't know. I hear that someone's a waitress. And I don't know.
that being said, all of the sexual activity that we did was consensual. And when I say consensual, I don't mean ambiguous or neutral. I mean it was enthusiastic, encouraging, and ongoing. And I testified to that under oath. To put it simply, the whole thing was a typical one-night stand. Just to be clear, my charge had nothing to do with filming a consent video. It was entirely based on an allegation that I non-consensually assaulted this person. This was shocking to me. It absolutely destroyed my mental health. And for months, I was so confused. What the f am I being charged with? We do know what the reasons were now, and we'll get into those later, but I was charged in February 2021, and these charges were then made public in October 2022 after the accuser contacted my city's local newspaper to run a story about these allegations before that year's McMaster Hoko was to take place.
So this is actually something similar to what a friend of mine went through. So a friend of mine, so he was accused. Weeks later, she went to the police. He didn't tell me at the time, but I told this story before, but police, he was getting his real estate license at the time, or he was getting into real estate. And I saw 2 polo shirts knock on our door, and I assumed that they were real estate agents. And then I'm like, oh, yes, come on in. And then when they walked past through the door, I saw their guns, and I'm like, what is going on? So after their little interview with my friend, he informed me what happened. Now, that accusation was made, and no charges led to it. Now, what happened is that we went to a bar, and about a month later, and I went to the restroom, and someone put my friend's picture right above the urinal, calling him a farmer of grapes. And I grabbed that, went to him, and I said, we have to go. And we immediately left. Didn't even start our night, even at all. And then what this woman did is, from another town, wrote a letter to his parents, who had no idea that this was even going on. And then after that is when my friend decided to sue her for defamation. Unfortunately, because of recent events that were going on, right when, things were about to, go really in his favor, Brock Turner showed up in the news, and his lawyer suggested him, because of the news and what's going on with that case, a jury is not gonna want to even try to let you go, even if everything was consensual and you can prove it. So he ended up settling out of court. He didn't tell me that what the settlement, basically said. But right now he's living his best life. He's a successful guy. And so when I say this guy is lucky that this did not creep in to society, and that a lot of people in town already knew who he was, and none of them believed her. None of them. They're like, no, like that's how nice of a guy my friend is. It's like, no, that's an absolute lie. Anyway, moving forward.
During this time, I felt absolute agony. I stopped making comedy and prank videos because I just, to put it simply, lost my sense of humor, and it's embarrassing to admit, but I felt helpless. Now I want to give you an overview on these things in society. Through legal counsel and many other stories that have been shared with me, I've learned that my case is not unique. False accusations are common and absolutely devastating to the victims. For those that don't know, in Canada, there is no actual evidence required to charge and convict somebody in this type of crime.
Hold on. Can you be charged with SA without evidence? Yes, you can be charged with SA in Canada without physical evidence. Here's what you need to know. The Crown can lay charges based on reasonable grounds, even without physical evidence. Testimony from the complainant is legally considered evidence in court. Convictions can be made solely on credible witness testimony if it meets the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. Many Canadians falsely assume physical evidence is required for charges or conviction. This is dangerous. This is a dangerous misconception. Now, there is a logical reason for this, because you can be coerced into a sexual act. So even though there might not be physical evidence and a victim might have to go along with it for his or her own safety. So you might not see any tearing, you might not see, any bruising or anything like that. So I want to let people know, okay, that there is a reason why it's not just physical evidence. Okay? Okay. So it's not like this is out of nowhere. It's not for this statute. It's not because this is not written of we hate men, all right? Like there's a reason that these laws are here and why you don't necessarily need physical evidence, all right? So we need to make that clear before we continue. I mean, I would say there's a reasonable he's reasonable of saying wouldn't that be there? But no, there is a reason why it exists. But we will continue forward because we're going to listen to her testimony and depositions, and they will be a little conflicting.
In most assault cases, there isn't actually any concrete evidence. It ends up just being one person's word versus another. He said, she said situation. To put it simply, telling the truth is not enough. So as an accused person, the only strategy you have is to find lies, discrepancies, contradictions in the accuser's story. So imagine you or your loved one is being accused despite there being zero evidence. If you or your loved one's defense lawyer cannot question the credibility of the person making these accusations, it will most likely lead to a conviction, and there's nothing you can do about it. As much as this system and laws were put into place with good intentions to help real victims and real survivors, an unfortunate side effect is that they are highly abusable and exploitable. They often take years of time, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the accused person loses their job, loses their reputation, and is publicly shamed, and potentially even ends up in jail for something they didn't do. But aside from that, from the defendant's standpoint, there are also laws that have been put into place to make it even more difficult to defend yourself. In a normal trial, you can get access to information such as records, messages, emails, etc. However, in assault cases, the police and prosecutors can, and in my case, they did, actively redact any and all information or evidence to prevent you from using it in your defense. So in my case, it was brought to our attention that there were thousands of communication records that had been redacted by the police. We later found out that the police not only redacted all of this data, but they actually emailed the accuser and said, is there anything specifically that you would like us to redact? And then she...
Isn't that wild? You're right, John. Canada is wild. They redacted all this crap and then reached out to the alleged, well, I guess in this case, because it's in court, I'm just going to say alleged victim because this is bullshit. Whole bunch of bullshit. Is that it is, I do not understand. I understand redactions for certain things, but when the police go to the alleged victim and say, anything else that we need to redact for you? I'm sorry, that is fucked up. Then that means this is a kangaroo court.
replied saying, yes, I would like you to redact all of the emails with my therapist and all of the communications with her alleged boyfriend, and in particular, specific emails that were very, very telling about what actually happened that night. And I will get into them later on. But anyways, back to the evidence. At one point, I remember they gave us about 90 different pages, and around 80 of them were completely blacked out. I'm not a lawyer. I'm actually kind of an idiot. But from what I've been explained by legal counsel, this makes it incredibly hard to defend yourself at trial. For example, if there is evidence that we're bringing that contradicts their version of events, they can change their version of events before trial. So why is it like this now? Well, first of all, obviously, it's intended to protect real survivors from privacy concerns as well as trials being delayed. But what it really is they essentially wanted to get more convictions after the...
Yep. Because when it comes to prosecutions, like whenever I see here's a problem with our legal system, right? I believe everyone deserves a fair trial. But let's be realistic here. I bet you anything that if you see the budget of the prosecutors in comparison to public defenders, it's not even close. And if I were president of the United States tomorrow, because right now it only says that everyone has the right to an attorney, and everyone and one will be provided for you if you cannot afford one. The problem is their budgets are completely different. It's incredibly one-sided. So, like, you're not going to get a fair trial if the prosecution public budget is significantly more than the defense's public budget. Now, obviously, this man, hired his own lawyer. But what's even weirder here, I didn't even know about this in Canada, but women can just change their story. I can understand. Okay, I think it's remember this is a very sensitive and can be controversial issue, and I understand why victims would change their story. I do understand that, but if the evidence, especially emails and texts that are being redacted, that might completely justify the innocence of this man, that proves that she's a liar, then those should be introduced. I don't know. I think that's just baffling.
The 2016 acquittal of John Gomeshi, which led to significant changes to Canadian law, frequently referred to as the Gomeshi rules.
Okay, let's see what the Gomeshi rules. Introduced to address gaps highlighted in the trial, these rules create a form of reverse disclosure, requiring the defense to disclose records and litigation strategies to the Crown and complainant earlier in the process. Complainant credibility. The 2016 trial focused heavily on inconsistencies in the complainant's testimony, such as flirtatious communication with Gomeshi after the alleged incident, which led to reasonable doubt. The trial revealed that the defense possessed emails and photos not previously disclosed to the Crown, prompting changes to how evidence is handled and to ensure fairness. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it did. The case sparked national conversation on farming of grapes culture, the treatment of complainants in court, and the need for a more thorough pretrial investigation of witness credibility. I don't know what to make of these rules.
This was implemented via Bill C-51 and subsequent legislation, which are designed to make it easier to secure convictions by altering how evidence regarding a complainant's credibility is handled. These changes were meant to counteract how in the Gomeshi trial, the defense was able to use contradictory evidence like emails and photos to successfully challenge the credibility of witnesses and get an acquittal.
Hold on. So the defense did their job, and now anyone accused of this doesn't get a reasonable defense? I'm sorry, credibility is a part of how people measure things. If the Smash JT Alyssa Mercante thing went to trial, oh man, I don't think they allow video recordings in the courtroom in the Eastern District of New York, but oh my God. Do I think a certain waitress would look pretty dumb and not very credible? So the thing is, like, I don't know. This is bad. So essentially, because someone looked not credible, they changed all the rules for it to be completely one-sided. That's kind of ridiculous.
In summary, because of Bill C-51 and the Gomeshi rules, if there is evidence that shows contradictions in the accuser's statement, it can be discarded. And even if it's not
That is insane. That is insane.
discarded and it is allowed at trial, it has to be given to them and approved, and that gives them the opportunity to prepare for it and potentially alter a story. This is what has been put into effect to get more convictions. The problem is it is potentially at the cost of innocent people going to jail and having their life ruined. Again, I want to preface, I am not a lawyer, but that is my understanding of the law and I'm open to being corrected. Now, right off the bat, from the statements of the accuser alone, we had many examples of inaccuracies, contradictions, and story changes. But once we found out that there was all of this actual evidence that had been intentionally redacted, we became very curious. After several years and over $100,000 just in pretrial application costs, we were able to get a significant portion of the redacted evidence, including emails, text messages, etc. After reviewing them, it was quite clear that there were multiple strong motives to fabricate these allegations. Now, if we go back to the encounter, remember that the accuser only actually had an issue with my attempt to film a consent video. This is what was so confusing to me because I was there. She initiated sex with me afterwards and we continued having sex. All of this material is available in the official trial transcripts, which you can go over in the description. But even though I deleted whatever was recorded, she had a massive concern on whether or not this video still existed and was worried that it would be circulated online. And we know this because it was mentioned multiple different times. For example, from the April 18th transcript. And what about if he actually took a video? If he did and that got out, that could ruin my entire life. That is from the email she sent her therapist the night of our date.
Wait, hold on. Let's hear that again.
Multiple different assisted and was worried that it would be circulated on scripts, which you can go over in the description. But even though I deleted whatever was recorded, she had a massive concern on whether or not this video still existed and was worried that it would be circulated online. And we know this because it was mentioned multiple different times. For example, from the April 18th transcript. And what about if he actually took a video? If he did and that got out, that could ruin my entire life. That is from...
No, it could ruin my entire life. He did delete it right in front of me. And because I felt insecure about that, of whether he did or didn't, I'm going to ruin his life. Wow. The jumps in logic there.
The email she sent her therapist the night of our date. From April 18th, this is at 2:22 p.m. on August the 7th, 2 days after August the 5th. Also, I'm going to the police, maybe not to press charges, but I want to tell them and report it and see if they could do anything about him possibly taking a video or picture of me. End quote. My lawyer asked, "You sent this, right?" She responds, "Yes." My lawyer, "Okay, so again, the primary purpose for going to the police that you are sure you want them to do something about is to see if he took pictures or videos of you." The accuser, "Yes." Lawyer, "And in your mind, you would agree that that would entail them having to at least go to his house, talk to him?" Accuser, "Yes." "And taking his phone?" Accuser, "Yes." "Okay, and then making sure that there wasn't anything there that you had in a compromised picture or video, right?" Accuser, "Yes." If you want to double check this is all in the test.
So this was all about whether or not... Wait, I am so confused. It was all about a picture recording? So you're saying that the police just could have gone over there and just looked at his phone and then it just would have been done? Huh? Like, even if that was the only thing, like, it should have been then and there, and then it would have been done. Okay, confirm that he deleted a photo or video. How did it lead up to this?
Testimony on April 18th. So when she contacted the police, her concern was to know for sure that the video was truly deleted. However, the only way that the police can search a phone is by obtaining a warrant, and a warrant can only be obtained if there was a crime. From the appeal. Although this factual conclusion was not mandatory, given the evidence, reaching it meant that when the accuser left Mr. Densmore's home, she believed he possessed a compromising video of her on his phone, which increased the probative value of evidence supporting a potential motive to fabricate. As Justice Kravchenko concluded, the accuser's most significant concern was that Mr. Densmore had images or videos of her on his phone. It was essential to consider whether the accuser made the sexual assault allegation partly or fully to prompt police to access his device, especially since the police apparently would not take action unless she made a formal complaint. In regards to her email...
So to confirm about a photo or video, she had to accuse him of SA. Wow. And then guess what? He has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars defending himself for something that he didn't do over a photo or video that was allegedly deleted. And the only way that she could confirm that was to accuse him of something that he didn't do, just so that she can confirm that he deleted a photo or video, while our Canadian tax dollars have to be spent on her behalf for her lie, allegedly.
To the police, she said, "I'm unsure if I want to press charges at this time, but I'm deeply concerned as to if he has any photos or videos of me." Following back and forth communication with the police, the accuser eventually went in and gave an official statement nearly 2 months later. She then described a non-consensual encounter.
2 months later. That is what? 2 months later. Oh, no. I'm still worried about the videos. I'm just going to accuse him of farming for grapes.
That, to be frank, did not happen. I'm going to try and say this as politely as possible. There are multiple points in the accuser's testimony which contradict her police statements and her testimony at trial. I want to share a few major discrepancies, and then you can decide for yourself. Now, as a warning, some of the information I'm about to share is graphic and potentially triggering, but I must go into these details so that you can see just a couple of the major discrepancies and inconsistencies in this person's testimony. I am just comparing her version of events compared to her other versions of events and her own testimony. Let's proceed. The accuser testified that I aggressively removed her shirt and pulled down her dress. In testimony, she claimed, "He started by removing my shirt and pulling down my dress so that my breasts were exposed." Then, in cross-examination, she further insisted, "No, he didn't ask me to take it off. He just started to take it off." My lawyer asked again, "You're sure about that?" To which the accuser confirmed, yes. She made this allegation in testimony and then doubled down on this in cross-examination with my lawyer. However, these new allegations she made in her testimony are totally different from her actual statement to police. To police, she said, "So we went to his room and we were like just sitting on his bed, and he put on a show on Netflix, and then he put his arm around me, and then after a few minutes kissed me, which I was okay with, and then he told me like, take off my shirt, which I was comfortable with because I was like wearing a dress underneath it." So in her original story, she claims that I politely requested her to take her shirt off, and she did it herself voluntarily and comfortably. However, at trial, she said, "He started by removing my shirt and pulling down my dress so that my breasts were exposed." Then in cross-examination, she further insisted, again, as part of this aggressive encounter she's trying to paint, "No, he didn't ask me to take it off. He just started to take it off." My lawyer confirmed, "Are you sure?" She confirmed, yes, that is how it happened. However, my lawyer then confronted her with her own original statement to police, and he reminded her that this is what she said. And then he asked her again what actually happened. She then confirmed her original story, which is that I asked her to take her shirt off, and she did so voluntarily. My lawyer further confirmed, asking, "Because you're the one that took your shirt off with his request, and that was your way of showing interest or consenting, right?" To which she responded, yes. This is a clear example of willingness to intentionally remove and omit participation and change details to suit the false narrative of an aggressive, non-consensual encounter, which, to put it simply, just never happened. Moving on. There were fabricated bruises. The accuser claimed that I aggressively bit her breasts, causing bruising, swelling, and red marks for days after. On August 6th, less than 1 day after our date, the nurse examined her breasts and found 0 bruising, 0 swelling, and 0 red marks. This was totally fabricated. From the appeal, in her examination in chief, the accuser described an aggressive sexual assault. It began when Mr. Densmore removed her shirt and pulled down her dress, exposing her breasts. She testified that Mr. Densmore kissed and bit her breasts, which was quite painful, and that the biting left bruises and red marks that lingered for 2 to 3 days after their encounter. He then pushed her onto her back, got on top of her, and penetrated her digitally. Page 34. Though the events described above qualify as a violent sexual assault, Justice Kralchenko flatly rejected the accuser's account, noting how it conflicted with evidence from the nurse who examined the accuser's breasts and found no bite marks or bruising. He also noted a major inconsistency about digital penetration that was brought out in cross-examination. This is another clear example of fabricating an aggressive, non-consensual encounter, as the accusations of bruises, bite marks, and red swelling for days after were entirely fabricated and confirmed by the nurse, not days after, but the next day, August 6th. Next, in her police statement, she said that I got on top of her aggressively, and in her description to the Crown, she shared detailed allegations about this without any mention of her participation. In April 17th cross-examination, however, she admitted that after a few minutes of kissing, she swung her legs over my body and straddled me before removing her shirt. Straddling as in mounting me, so sitting on top of my genital area, and grinding her groin area directly on mine while sitting upright on top of me. She also said, now, that she smiled and moaned and that I would remark I liked it or moan. Again, this shows that she was an active participant, contrary to all of her...
These are her words. This is insane. Like, look, obviously there's a mutual friend that that's going through some legal shit. But this is one of those moments where I'm like, thank God he doesn't live in Canada, because holy shit. This is a complete contradiction. How? It does not compute. It literally does not compute with me. How this would be okay. How this wasn't even just outright dismissed. And even with the trial, be like, so hold on. They were able to redact evidence. They weren't able to introduce certain evidence. They basically just cut this man, had this man spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend himself. And the government has basically said, we're going to take every single legal defense weapon that you could possibly have in your defense and remove it from you. Oh, and by the way, even if you're allowed to put certain things on, in writing and ask questions to the victim, alleged victim on the stand, doesn't matter.
Previous statements. This is from April 17th, 2024. Next, in a statement to police, she said that she didn't make a single noise or sound besides ow. Then, in cross-examination, she admitted to making noises, moaning, and saying, I like it, during various stages of sexual activity to show her consent that she was an active...
During cross-examination. This is like during the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
...participant. From the appeal. Another inconsistency was the accuser's avowal that the vast majority of the encounter took place in near silence. In chief, she was a silent recipient of Mr. Densmore's advances. She testified that, other than providing her with specific directions, the only sound made by either party was Mr. Densmore calling her a slut. In closing submissions, trial counsel described the accuser's...
I'm sorry, I know this is serious, but that was kind of funny.
...initial depiction as an incomprehensible narrative of a silent movie. It also seemed to be incomprehensible to the accuser, who admitted on cross-examination on multiple occasions that they were both moaning and that she was breathing heavy and that she uttered the words, I like that.
Kangaroo court, man. Kangaroo court. Like I'm trying to find things to say in this, but I'm baffled. I am absolutely baffled. Because it seems pretty plain as day that this woman is just making shit up as she goes. She got caught lying, and she was legally allowed just to change her story with no consequence. That's insane to me.
Next, we're going to start talking about some of the therapist statements. Now, I understand that therapy is something that is very personal, it's very private, and a lot of people watching this might be in therapy, so I'm not using this in any way to try to minimize therapy or discredit therapists in general, okay? Just want to start by saying that. There were many issues with the statements to the therapist, including inaccuracies given to the therapist by the accuser, which led to the therapist giving very strong opinions and recommendations, which ended up leading to reshaping what actually happened in the mind of the accuser. In addition to collusion. And if you don't know what collusion is, Google it because it's very bad. The accuser was asked about some of these statements throughout the trial. In this particular one from April 18th, my lawyer, okay, so you're not very truthful with your therapist, are you? The accuser, no, I'm extremely truthful to her. My lawyer, extremely truthful, right? Accuser, yes. My lawyer, that's how you characterize what you're saying to her. The accuser, yes. Here in particular, she made a statement to her therapist where she inaccurately depicted our dates and implied, very dangerously, that I tricked her into coming into my house. I debated whether to send this or not because maybe I'm just being dramatic or stupid or overthinking or reading into something that didn't happen. Or maybe it just brought this whole thing onto myself. But I went on a date tonight. We were supposed to go for a hike and then drinks. But when I showed up to his house, he said it was too late to go for a walk, so we started watching a movie. My lawyer asked, have I read that accurately? The accuser confirms, yes. My lawyer, and that's not what happened, is it? Accuser, not all of the details. No. My lawyer, but that's what you told her happened, right?
Lying by omission. Lying by omission. It's not cute anymore, ladies. It's not cute anymore.
Right? Accuser, yes. Pause. Inaccuracies like that are super important because they have a severe impact on the therapist's perception of events, which leads to responses from the therapist that, as a therapist's responses would, give massive influence over the accuser. So the therapist receives this amongst other inaccurate statements, continuing from April 18th. So these are your records that she's made about sessions that she's had with you, and the session date is Friday, August the 7th. We spent the session going over her experience and looking at potential stuck points where she blamed herself. In reviewing the evening, it is clear the accuser attempted to make good decisions and that he was clearly a predator, skilled in having her make small changes to their plans until she was in his apartment.
With the information that the therapist had from her lying by omission, so the therapist didn't have all of the information, he gave a recommendation to her to pursue legal action and called him a predator to make her feel better. Remember when therapy and psychiatry was a respected profession?
Apartment. Have I read that correctly? The accuser confirms, yes. The accuser claims to be extremely truthful to her therapist, giving a completely inaccurate statement about the date to her therapist with a very misleading implication. As a result, the therapist tells her with authority he was clearly a predator, skilled in having her make small changes to their plans until she was in his apartment. She then takes these various responses she gets from her therapist and sends them to her friends and family. Also from April 18th. Yeah, Dr. Therapist said that he seemed very calculated in the way he acted, like he had thought it out, and that I'm not the first. So now she's giving false information to the therapist. Therapist is responding, and then she's taking what the therapist is responding and sending it to her friends using the authority of the therapist. This is one of the many messages that the accuser sent to her friends and family.
This is
You can see more
wild.
in the May 31st closing arguments. Now, during testimony at trial, her statement changed. April 12th, you said the tour was approximately 15 minutes, nothing unusual. What happens after that? She answers, then he suggests that we go for a hike. Oh. And how did you then end up going for a hike? What happens after that? He suggested that we drive to a trail that was close by to his house. So I agreed to that, and we started driving there. So the accuser admitted that actually I suggested we go for a hike, which was the original plan, and then we left the house. Okay, so you described driving towards the escarpment. Accuser, Do you eventually stop somewhere? Accuser, no. He says that it's busy and that we shouldn't bother going on a hike because it's getting dark out. Going a bit down, then what happens? Accuser, so then he suggests going back to his house. Are you able to give us an estimate about how long you were trying to locate a hiking trail? Accuser, again, not long, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And so, did you agree with his suggestion to go back to his house? Accuser.
I did. This is... Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm going to bring out my new tool. From my app. I did. Oh, that doesn't work. There we go. I did. How is this guy in jail? How? Why? This is so retarded. He shouldn't be in prison, clearly.
I did. We then returned to the house after she agreed to return and watch Netflix and chill. But literally the same night as the date, August 5th, she then goes and tells a very different and inaccurate version the same night. So many implications, opinions, responses, and collusion and influences were made from these inaccurate statements. And what's super concerning about all this, aside from that, she never corrected her therapist by saying, actually, he did suggest going for a hike. And then we actually did leave the house and go to the hiking trail. And we only returned after she agreed to because it was getting dark. Another thing she never acknowledged, the reason it was getting dark is why we came back was because she showed up over 30 minutes late to the date in the first place. So instead of being honest about this,
So let's read this. All right, let's talk about this date. So this is his lawyer. The way you thought it was. You were 30 minutes late, right? Yes. So the date was supposed to start at 8. It didn't start till 8:30. That's because of you, right? Yes, she says. Okay, you agreed to go back to his house, right? Yes. Okay, so that's, and you declined the drink, right? Yes. Okay, and you accepted to go upstairs to his room, right? Yeah. How? How is this guy in prison? This is ridiculous.
Or clarifying it or correcting it at all. She then took the therapist's responses, amongst others, and then sent them to her friends and family members. Objectively speaking, this can be considered very problematic because she essentially gave an inaccurate statement to the therapist, which then elicits responses based on these false details. And then instead of correcting them, she uses them as authoritative proof that something happened to her that didn't actually happen. But all of this was under false pretenses from false information. And this was not cleared up. And
So that's, look, the therapist should have asked additional questions, but the thing is, the therapist was only going with what the information they had at the time. So I wouldn't say that it's completely the therapist's fault or anything like that, but man, to make such a characterization and assuming that your client is telling the truth, that's a lot. That's a lot there. I mean, I don't completely, like I said, I don't completely blame the therapist here, but you would think that the court would look at that and go, okay, she has lied here. So she said something to police, and then she said something different in her deposition. Then she said something different during trial. She said something different to her therapist. She said something different to her friends. We don't. Okay, well, I don't understand. Like, then you go, okay, there is a problem here. These are contradictory. We should probably investigate that and maybe take that seriously because those are actions. Lying, changing your story is an action. And you have to ask, why would someone do that? To save face, to lie by omission, because we have taught women here in the Western world that it's okay if you lie by omission. It's okay if you lie because you're going to get away with it. And this just reinforces that.
corrected until nearly 4 years later at trial in 2024. At that point, all these communications and the eventual false accusation had already happened. The damage had already been done because amongst all of the other inaccurate statements made to the therapist, this completely colored the therapist's perception of what actually happened, leading to her convincing the accuser, I was a skilled predator, I've done this to multiple people, amongst other things, such as she's not the first, as somebody that's never met me and knows absolutely nothing about me, to intentionally put out false information to someone and then take what they said in response and use that as an authoritative source to influence friends and family. And this is just a small taste. I highly recommend you go through the April 18th testimony. Everything's in there and it is shocking. Okay, moving on. Next, when giving her original statements to the police, she said that oral sex lasted 5 to 10 minutes, but also that the consent video incident happened about 1 minute into the oral sex, and then our brief conversation about it was approximately 1 minute long. So this timeline would imply that oral sex resumed afterwards to fill up the remaining 3 to 8 minutes. At trial on April 12th, she said that after the consent video, she immediately stood up and successfully put her clothes on and claimed that she tried to leave. But then, during cross-examination on April 17th, she acknowledged there could have been more time for oral sex, and it was possible that it continued.
Huh.
My lawyer, okay, but then you'll also agree with me that even after he put his phone away, that you continue to engage with him in oral sex. Accuser, I don't remember. Lawyer, okay, well, let's talk about timing here because you said the oral sex lasts between 5 and 10 minutes, right? Accuser, yes. And the incident with the phone happened about a minute or two into the oral sex, right? Accuser, yes. So therefore, there was more time for oral sex. Accuser, there could have been. Lawyer, okay, it's possible that it continued, right? Accuser, it's possible. I'm not even going to say my version of events, okay? This is her version versus her own version. This completely contradicts her other version of events about getting up, putting her clothes on, and then trying to leave. From the appeal. In chief, April 12th, the accuser testified that once Mr. Densmore took out his phone, she stood up, starting to put her shirt on, looking for her purse. Remember the purse for later. On April 17th, when trial counsel asked the accuser whether she continued to engage with him in oral sex, After his phone was put away, she claimed that she did not remember, in addition to there could have been time. Upon further questioning on April 18th, the accuser conceded that it was possible that she performed additional fellatio following the phone incident. This is a massive contradiction because if oral sex continued, which is what actually happened, that would mean all of the things she said about getting up, putting her clothes on, and trying to leave was completely fabricated. Look at the transcripts. Moving on. There was further conflicting evidence in regards to her retrieving and putting her shirt on. This is from April 18th, after my lawyer has been asking her about when we had sex. And then I asked where the bathroom was and left the room. Why would you need to ask for the washroom? He's already showed you where it was before he got to his room. Accuser, he did. I guess that was my way of telling him I needed to use the washroom. A little further down. So you'll agree with me that according to you, those are the first words spoken by you or him since you had that little exchange about the phone, correct? Accuser, I believe that he did say something when I was putting on my shirt. Remember that. I don't remember what it was, but I remember kind of awkwardly laughing. My lawyer, okay, so now you remember that, right? But you didn't remember it before. Accuser, I don't remember what he said. I remember not responding to him talking though. Lawyer, well, you did. You said you laughed. Accuser, yes. Lawyer, so that was a response, right? Accuser, okay, yes. So aside from the earlier statements about total silence, which we've gone over, the inaccuracy here is in her earlier version of events, she claimed to have stopped oral sex, stood up, and already had put her shirt on. From April 12th, accuser, I'm still sitting down, but when he went to go put his phone down, he had kind of removed or stopped standing directly in front of me with his feet on both my sides. So I kind of had a way to stand up and create distance between us. So I did that. And then I started putting my shirt back on, looking for my purse. My lawyer, did you indeed put your clothes back on? Accuser, I did. But here on April 18th, aside from the different story about the oral sex continuing, there was also a major discrepancy that actually shows even more credibility towards the oral sex actually continuing, which is what actually happened. Because after penetrative sex had completed, she claimed, I believe that he did say something when I was putting on my shirt. But why would you put your shirt back on if it's already on? If you got up after oral, like you said in your original statements on April 12th, then your shirt would have already been on.
Oh, that's a good
Question,
point.
did you leave the bedroom? Accuser, no. He came up to me, started kissing me, put his fingers inside of me again, and then kind of quickly pushed me onto the bed, so my stomach was on the bed, and then he lifted my dress up and put his penis in me. In this version, she had already put her shirt and clothes fully back on. There was no shirt removal, but then I came over and forced her on the bed and penetrated her. So on April 12th, the shirt is already on for the penetration. After getting dressed and trying to leave on April 18th, in addition to the oral sex continuing, the shirt was only put on after the penetrative sex, while awkwardly laughing about something I said. So if you were telling the truth about getting up and putting your shirt back on after oral, then the shirt would already be on. These are just a few of the inconsistencies between her statement to the police, her testimony, and her cross-examination. There were many, many more. If I included them all in this video, it would be several hours long. These inconsistencies, inaccuracies, whatever you'd like to call them, are not in comparison to my statements or testimony. All of these things are her word versus her own word. These are not even taking into consideration my testimony, where I disagree with basically everything she's claiming. Even being as polite as possible, there is an alarming pattern of changing stories, contradicting, and even fabricating physical evidence to depict an aggressive encounter that simply didn't happen. There are dozens of instances from this person that clearly lower their credibility, or to be blunt, outright disqualify their credibility.
Yeah.
And to put it simply, that is what reasonable doubt is. What started as a concern about a potential video needed a description of a non-consensual, aggressive encounter in order to get a warrant to access my phone. And the accuser herself conceded during cross-examination that many points in her initial statement were not true. I stated this earlier, but it needs to be said again. The accuser was encouraged to go forward by her friends, family, and therapist. The issue, though, is that she told her therapist, as well as her friends and family, not what actually happened. Inaccurate information. And that became the narrative, that I was some kind of
What are the chances that the therapist was a woman? Actually, it doesn't really even matter. There are 80% of them are beta cucks, male and female. God, like, what happened to pursuing the truth? But no, we've started pursuing in the world of psychology and therapy. Feelings come first, and then the truth. Did the truth even matter here to the therapist? I mean, this is just feeding into your client's own delusions. This is one of the reasons why it's like, just because you want to feel better doesn't mean that it's right. Just because you want to feel better doesn't mean that you put someone into a debilitating lawsuit. Just because you want to feel better, or it felt icky, or you felt dismissed, it's still not the right thing to do. Just to make you feel better. Lying to make yourself feel better, or other people lying to make you feel better, to ruin someone else's life, is wrong. But it looks like a little too much of that is encouraged nowadays.
Assailant. And amongst many other inaccurate statements and downright things that just didn't happen that were shared with the therapist is what led to the therapist encouraging her to go forward with charges. And there's a lot more on that I'm not going to get into in this video because I don't want to get myself in trouble, but it's crazy. Bottom line is this encouragement was based on incomplete, inaccurate, and fabricated information. The pressure then accumulated substantially into several other motives from the appeal. In the months following their encounter, the accuser faced extensive pressure from her friends, family, and therapist to press charges against Mr. Densmore. According to her therapist, Mr. Densmore was a predator who was skilled in making small changes to their plans until she was in his apartment and had likely done this before. The accuser received similar feedback from her friends, mother, and stepfather who, despite never meeting Mr. Densmore, their only idea about me, by the way, is my crazy YouTube videos. So you can imagine what that looked like. Despite never meeting Mr. Densmore, told her that she needed to press charges against Jack because otherwise she was letting him do that to other girls. This pressure culminated in the accuser admitting to feeling guilty that if she didn't take any legal type of action, she would be responsible.
In the name of other women, I must lie for them. That's what it sounds like to me. Or maybe the therapist was on his own crusade. And look, when it comes to family members, again, they were only going with the information they had. And the thing is, with family, it's kind of your job to, protect your loved ones. But guess what? It's also your job for them to tell the truth. And if they didn't tell the truth, especially in something as serious as an accusation as this is, you have failed as a parent. Full stop.
For him doing this to other girls. Cross-examination of the accuser, trial transcript, April 2024. Moving on. In addition to these factors, there was another major issue with this person's credibility. In multiple private emails with her therapist, this person admitted to making her entire story up. I legally cannot share the full emails, but it's in her...
Hold on.
...to making her entire story up. I legally...
Okay, so Q is his lawyer, A is her. Okay, because you were making an assessment about what's going on and what just happened and what you could have done differently, right? She says, yes, I was thinking with hindsight. His lawyer, yes, with hindsight. Okay, but even with that hindsight, you ask yourself whether you're being dramatic, right? She says, yes. His lawyer, and whether I'm going to use exact words here, and if you don't agree, I'll show them to you. Am I just making this all up? Right? She says, yes. His lawyer, okay. And at another part in your correspondence with your therapist, you said that one of the reasons why, in your mind, you may have made this all up is because it was a means of seeking attention. Do you agree with that? She says, I can't recall if I said that in an email or not. His lawyer says, okay, but if you had, or in one of your sessions, would you agree with that? She says, I don't agree because I don't remember. It doesn't matter if you remember. It matters what you wrote down at the time.
Really cannot share the full emails, but it's in her testimony.
Okay, we're going to look through this. And then you go back to the other reason, which is maybe it's actually my fault, right? She says yes, his lawyer. And then you go into the things that you could have done differently, right? But then, again, you confirm to her twice now. So I don't want to press charges or anything because part of me feels like there are no boundaries to do that. Do you see that there? So that means that she's probably holding a paper. Says, yes. Okay. And then further down, His lawyer, have I read that correctly? She says, yes. His lawyer, it's just me in my head being dramatic. She says, yes. His lawyer, okay, because even at that time, that there are no boundaries. There's no way that you could do something like that in terms of pressing charges because you're blowing it out of proportion and that you're being dramatic, right? She says, I'm not sure what I meant by no boundaries. His lawyer, yes, you don't know what you mean by no boundaries? She says, no. He says, boundaries mean borders, right? She says, yes. He says, confines? She says, yes. His lawyer says, okay, so I'm going to suggest to you if you agree with that definition. She says, yes. What?
And she confirmed multiple times.
Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. So you're saying that there's no boundaries. There's no way that I could do something like that because, I could do something like that because that would be outside of those boundaries because part of you feels that there are no boundaries to do that, which means charges, right? And she says, I don't know why. I don't know why I used that word in the context of that sentence. I'm not sure what I was trying to say. His lawyer, let's work it together, okay? Boundaries, you would agree, means a confine or a border, right? She says, I agree. He says, okay, and I'm going to suggest to you in this statement, right, that there is charges within boundaries and outside the boundaries where there would be no way for you to do something like that, right? She says, yes. Okay. And now what you're saying is that because of what's happened and what you're thinking and all the reasons why, right, is that you've already confirmed twice that you don't want to press charges. And for the second reason is that part of you feels like it's not within the boundaries of charging somebody that you could do something like that to him, right? And she just outright says, okay, yes. What? What? Okay, his lawyer. Okay, because at the end of the day, all right, let's move on. She says, "Your Monsieur, may I please have a break, a short one?" Man, look, again, I am not a lawyer. I am a retarded YouTuber. Okay? Or content creator because I'm on several platforms, I guess. So, just if I was a lawyer, he essentially broke down that she is lying. And I think I don't know, maybe well, it is cross-examination, but I don't know how the law works in Canada other than it's kind of similar to us but even more fucked up, clearly. But right when he said, okay, because at the end of the day, it says, charging somebody that you could do something like that to him, right? Okay, yes. Then I just would have slam dunked that, like, look, it kind of sounds like you made this up or something in legalese or something. Because, wow.
That these emails were read correctly, accurately, and that she did.
Okay, and right here. Yes, and you said that in your evidence that that's how you felt after he told you to leave after the fun time. Do you deny that now? She says no. Okay, all right. So after blank, hold on. No, I can't read that. So after blank, so you write that to your therapist at 11:44, even hours after. Not only are you unsure about whether you want to press charges, but you're now even unsure about whether you're making this up, reading into something that didn't happen, or that you're being dramatic, or that you're overthinking. Do you agree with that? Yes. I don't know if this girl is dumb. I don't know. I think her brain isn't just in such self-preservation mode that it's just going blah, 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 but it's inconsistent. I'm sorry, like there is so many contradictory statements here. I honestly don't know how this happened.
Say these things. This is all available in cross-examination from April 18th, as well as highlighted in closing arguments on May 31st. This was particularly devastating for me, my friends, and my family to have to sit through. And this is why I'm so shocked that I even had to go to trial in the first place. Because from day one, there was reasonable doubt, and the person to have that reasonable doubt was her. Now, as somebody that has been a victim of assault myself, I know what it's like to feel like you're in denial about what happened to you. And you do have thoughts like, am I making this all up, right? But
the
person to have that reasonable doubt was her. Now, as somebody that has been a victim of assault myself, I know what it's like to feel...
He's saying assault. He's not saying what kind, but maybe one could imply.
Feel like you're in denial about what happened to you. And you do have thoughts like, am I making this all up, right? But this is so much more than that. And remember, credibility is essentially the only available thing for the defense to question in a he said, she said trial with no evidence. So if changing your story numerous times, potential collusion from therapists and others influencing you, admissions of potentially making your story up, concerns of a video, and other multiple motives to fabricate, as well as direct evidence of fabricating physical evidence, and for lack of better words, a continuous inability to recall basic facts and testify credibly isn't reasonable doubt, then what even is reasonable doubt? Seriously, if this isn't reasonable doubt, then what is? What can anybody in this position do if they somehow can choose to ignore all of that?
Because believe all women. And then it gets worse when you put laws that essentially make that the case, no matter if they're lying or not. So they put in these, whatever that new rule is back in 2016. I think he's absolutely right. Just to get more convictions. Man, it's, I don't know, like when it comes to like all the things that are going on in the world, especially like in the UK, I mean, we're fighting it here in the United States, but also in Canada. There just seems to be this mindset that, and I hate to make it about this, I really do. But man, this is just sounding more and more and more that if you are the majority of something, if you're, then you're just automatically wrong. And they're legalizing it. Wait, you're a straight white man with privilege? Doesn't matter what you say. You're wrong, even if the evidence is contrary. Hello, Muslim from other country that is committing fraud. Oh, we'll just let you go. This two-tier justice system needs to stop. This was not a fair trial. It wasn't even a fair pre-trial. I'm honestly stuck. Hey, Pre-Dawn Corpse. He's gay! It's all right. Just ruining my video. I'll take that. Wow, this is a wild story, Pre-Dawn Corpse. This is a wild story. This man was falsely accused of SA, and oh, no worry about it. I needed the laugh. This guy in Canada was falsely accused of SA. He's a former YouTuber, and like it's straight as day, it according to these documents, that she just outright lied, and he still went to prison like a few days ago. A YouTuber with he had, before his channels were taken down because of all this, 850,000 subscribers and over 137 million views. Yeah, right? Like this is crazy. It's literally insane.
Think about if what was happening to me was happening to you or your partner or your brother, your sister, your dad, your friend, and then go over everything. Is there a lack of credibility? And if so, is this lack of credibility enough for reasonable doubt? As you will read in the transcripts, there were multiple motives to fabricate. We concluded that the main one was she thought I still had a photo or video of her, and for whatever reason, thought that I was actually going to post it online. It goes without saying, I would never post, publish, or share a consent video online. That would not—
So just to Pre-Dawn Corpse, you just came in here. So essentially, this all started because he had an consensual, in his words, consensual interaction with a woman. And because, you know, he had a YouTube following of 850,000 subscribers, and it's something that's becoming a little bit more practical in this day and age, is to have a video consent, have a consent video, just to make sure, right? And he started making the video. She didn't like that he was making the video. So in front of her, allegedly, he deleted the video, right? And then, as far as I can tell, because obviously I believe him at this point, he deleted the video and they ended up having consensual intercourse. Okay? Now, he kind of booted her out when all was said and done. All right? Like, so he admits he was kind of rude about it, but he said that it was consensual. And then hours later, she messages her therapist, completely lies by omission about what happened. Like, they attempted to go on a hike, but it was getting dark, so they went back. So they came back to his place. They went up to his bedroom. They were going to Netflix and chill. They started watching Netflix, and then he asked to, you know, like, hey, want to take your shirt off and you want to, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And she, and throughout this entire process, from the statements that she said to the police to her, man, I've said it so many times, I forgot what the word is. Her something Asian, not defamation. Oh man, essentially the statement that you make before trial. Wow, I am just. Anyway, the things she said before trial, and then the things that was said during cross-examination during trial, just did not line up. Deposition, thank you. God damn it. I kept thinking defamation. I'm like, that's not defamation. It's not defamation. Anyway, yeah, during her deposition, she changed her story. She changed her story several times. And essentially, all of this is because she was afraid that he would share a video and wanted to get access to his phone. But the only way that the police could get access to his phone is if she charged him with something, which turned into all this. And after, so February 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So 5 years later, and hundreds of thousands of dollars, he is going to jail for 3 years. And it's more than evident that, at least in my eyes, that she is lying her goddamn ass off.
Not only be a gross violation of personal privacy, but it would literally be a crime and career suicide. And there's absolutely no reason for me to ever do that. With that being said, if I'm being very objective and very polite here, I can maybe kind of understand the potential worry that they had that I would. During the trial, this person acknowledged that she was familiar with my videos, and she even described them on April 17th as the subject matter was about drinking, interviewing girls, hitting on girls. despite most of my videos being pranks that had nothing to do with these things. With that being said, the video she was in before, McMaster Hoko 2019, was essentially a 45-minute satire documentary about a massive street party where I'm wearing a crown and shotgunning beers with fans. And in that video, it's a bunch of interviews about drinking, partying, sex, day kills, and that kind of thing. So anecdotally, that was the only experience she had of being in a previous video of mine. Upon arriving at my house, she texted her friends saying, "I think it's a joke. I think he's gonna prank me." So it seems like even before meeting me, there was an anxiety that there was somehow a possibility of being pranked. And of course, I had no idea of this. Anyways, from 2017 until 2021, I was known for posting wild party content on my social media that some considered very vulgar and controversial. I've even gone to events like Pride and done interviews with like dozens of naked people, and I always made sure to censor every potential inappropriate thing. With that being said though, I filmed hundreds of these videos where I would go and I would do pranks, interviews, especially interviews at nightclubs, and many people faced severe repercussions just from appearing in my videos. Multiple videos, guys and girls were exposed for cheating on their partners, and this is why I started filming these consent videos when I would do pranks, because essentially, if you film a video like a prank, you would go up to the person afterwards, be like, "Hey, my friend's over there, he's filming, this was all a prank. Is it okay if we use this clip for YouTube?" And you ask them this because if they say yes, then you're allowed to post it online, right? And if you don't, they could potentially decide later, "Oh, I don't want that clip online." And then they can report the video and get it taken down. And this can result in you losing your YouTube channel. If you have a brand deal with the video, you can lose thousands of dollars. And also, you're not trying to like humiliate this person online and ruin their lives. So that's why, as pranksters, we go up and we get consent videos. Interview videos are a little different because when you speak into a microphone, it's implied consent, so you don't need to get consent. This is why I would have so many videos of people saying ridiculous things. Then they would end up getting in a lot of trouble and they try to get the videos removed. But it's like, dude, you shouldn't have spoken into a microphone in a video at a nightclub, right? So this happened for years. And this is actually what gave me so much.
He's absolutely right about that. So you might understand if you watch enough live streams that, especially on YouTube, but even for legal reasons, like you have to be pretty careful with your words, even if you're being like really bombastic in your language, right? Like I remember I was talking about a mutual friend, and that person ended up contacting me, and they're like, "Hey, I saw that you said this, but the thing is, like, yeah, you didn't do anything wrong, but it was how it could be perceived. Could you clip that out of your live stream?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." Like, honestly, it was like nothing, absolutely nothing. Like, but the thing is, it's the perception that could like make people do stupid things, like sue someone. And by the way, it had nothing to do with Alyssa Mercante, by the way, the person that asked me to clip something out, which is actually even more hilarious. But that's how, that's a huge mentality that YouTubers have, and why they can be, how they can seem to be very cagey on certain words that they use. I mean, I will say, yeah, a lot of what, some of the YouTube censorship that goes on here, on YouTube, is a little ridiculous, I would say. I mean, because now, like, because even though they said, "Oh, you're allowed to say so and so," but just in case, we still say, you know, self-deleted, right? Or ended, right? So even though it is ridiculous, I will say that it is still kind of almost in its own way like a self-training platform to kind of make sure that even you legally say things correctly.
Anxiety. And as my channel got bigger and bigger, I started butting heads with the city, with the universities, with the newspapers. And when I would do my Hoko videos, multiple students were suspended from sports teams and even fined thousands of dollars by the government just for appearing in my videos. Literally. I know that this is not what this video is about, but I really want to hammer this point home, guys. On one occasion in particular, I filmed interviews and it went viral. And then it circulated around that town, and 3 people ended up getting fired from their jobs. 3 people. Because they said vulgar things into the microphone, which I thought were just harmless, funny things to say. This was in 2019. So as much as I'm just like a young guy having fun, doing funny shit, making videos that were meant to be entertaining and fun, on occasion, there were real consequences for people. And I never wanted that. This is why I would make sure to get consent, because not only do I not want to get things taken down or potentially sued, but also I don't want to ruin people's lives for the sake of content. And at a certain point, I started to feel this every time I was filming prank videos. And I moved away from pranks and interviews entirely. And I started making self-development content on a completely new channel. I wanted to focus on self-improvement and actually helping people and writing before I moved off of YouTube and into making movies, because that's my long-term goal, acting and making movies. With all that being said, being featured in a prank or a Hoko video or an interview is still a totally different thing than having an intimate consent video published online. It's never happened before, and it never will. On May 28th, we tried to introduce these as evidence at trial to show clear examples to the judge of what a consent video is, because that's what we were concerned, that this judge would have no idea what we were talking about. My lawyer even showed one of these videos to the prosecutor, the Crown. After seeing it, he fought even harder to make sure that it was not allowed to be introduced as evidence.
So they weren't even allowed to show what a consent video looked like because the prosecutor wanted to win that much. This is insanity, dude. This is insanity.
The judge then decided not to allow us to use any consent videos as evidence at trial. But then, at the same time, in closing arguments and the eventual judgment, both the Crown and the judge dismissed the legitimacy of consent videos being a real thing. The judge even said, "I reject the evidence of the accused that he was making a consent video, whatever that really is."
Wait, hold on. Okay, on the specific point, it is very odd that the accused would contemplate making a video to confirm consent after the start and during oral without first obtaining consent of the complainant to do so. His explanation and rationale for this was simply too incredible to believe. To reject the evidence of the accused that he was making a consent video, whatever that really is, or that he has told the complainant that he was trying to film one, this evidence seems to have been made up by the accused in order to justify and explain away the introduction of his cell phone at this point of his intimate encounter with the complaint. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to look something up. What? Okay, hold on, real second. Real quick. One second, guys. Judge John. Who is this guy? Contact, booking, social services, about. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a sec. What the hell? Does this guy just not exist? I'm assuming I don't want to. Maybe it's this guy. God, oh my God. This guy has like no fucking socials. What the hell? Okay, I think I know who the dude is. But yeah, he seems like an older, the judge seems like kind of a 50s, maybe 60s gentleman. He still has like color in his hair. But wow. Like this is what happens when when people are in law for too long. Because this is the judge that said this. Like he's literally describing this literal case would be a reason for a consent video. And the judge is so dumb that he literally mocked it and did not realize the irony. He's like, oh, he's just trying to get out of it. It's like, well, according to him, he was trying to provide you with the consent videos that he had done before. And then during trial, what you can do is that you can blur out the face of the women who were in it, in the consent videos, just for trial. You could do that. You could say, hey, myself, the woman in general in the video, the prosecution, everyone can establish that this was a real consent video that did happen. And then it can move on to trial. Like it's almost like they just really, really, really want to put him in prison for no reason, just because.
Said, I reject the evidence of the accused that he was making a consent video, whatever that really is. And I'm going to be really, really careful with my words here because I want to say this in the most respectful way possible, okay? It's very important to consider if the person making these literally life-altering decisions should be someone who understands these type of things, and in particular, this extremely recent cultural moment that we are all currently going through, especially back in 2020 in a post-Me Too era. I'm not saying this to discredit judges, okay? Most judges are legitimate, brilliant, like super geniuses. That's why there's so few judges, because it's incredibly hard to do. So while being as respectful as possible, what I'm saying is that my generation, it's different now. We live in an era of mass surveillance, media, police body cams, consent videos, social media fame, cancel culture, in addition to hookup culture. There's a lot going on, and it is incredibly confusing to navigate this world as a young person, especially as a public figure, which is under increased scrutiny with your reputation and protecting that reputation. Because we all know what happens if somebody gets any kind of accusation made about them. Your career in life is basically over. And even if this disconnect is very minor, it's still a strong enough disconnect to potentially influence situations like this, where an innocent person can get wrongfully convicted. This is even more important if the person making those decisions.
The point that he's making, Bob, is that there's high standards. Like, you know, whether they're biased, corrupt, and all this other thing, there are still high standards in majority of jurisdictions. Obviously, there's also pandering, there's handshaking, and all that other jazz. So he's trying to be fair but harsh. So he might have just got, and what really sucks about any court system is that sometimes you get the wrong judge. Yep, that's actually a good point. Hey, you're not wrong there. Well, and that's why, you know, we technically have systems in order to remove bad judges and disbar them, or at least remove them from the bench. But God, man, with all the legal stuff that's going on, just even at the federal level of judges, the retardation is, and what I mean is radical left-wing judges, and it is insane. So I'll definitely agree with you on that point, and I'll definitely agree with you that there is a weird double standard against men in any court system. You came in a little late, Bob, but one thing that was highly established early on in the video, and this is a long video, it's 55 minutes long, I believe, and we are like 10 minutes away from it being done. He established that in Canada law back in 2016, they essentially changed the rules after some case, where essentially the person who, the alleged victim, can essentially change their story whenever they fucking want. And not only that, anything that is relevant to the case that the accuser wants redacted from emails, texts, and so on and so forth. The apparently, according, I'd have to read through the actual documents, but according to him, he said that the police at one point asked the accuser if there's anything else that they would like her that if anything that she would like them to also redact, and they wouldn't even allow a consent an example of a consent video, and she contradicted herself several times, and it just did not add up.
Is not actually required to explain in detail how they even came to these decisions, and whose decision and judgment is then expected to be deferred to with absolute authority. So for me, despite having evidence of these consent videos, they were considered inadmissible at trial, and then at the same time used as an argument to lower my credibility. This was incredibly frustrating. And again, I'm getting a little emotional here. Let me try and dial it back. Filming a consent video is not a crime and is not what I was charged with. However, this person was concerned about a video of them potentially being put online, and then in the evidence, there's a strong motive. They fabricated an assault in order to prevent a video of them potentially, in their mind, being put online, despite the fact that I never have done that and I never would do that. The accuser also texted her friends saying, "I just realized my biggest dream in life is to intern at Saturday Night Live, even though that will never happen because I don't have the skills or connections." She said that right before coming to my house. That's from the April 16th document. But I'll let you read the transcripts and come to your own conclusions. To put it simply, in a case that basically only comes down to credibility, there were multiple statements, changes in details, contradictions, proven fabrications of evidence that should have absolutely been taken into account in terms of credibility. And again, I'm talking about her testimony versus her statements to police, versus messages to her friends, versus emails to her therapist and all the things she admitted in them. This entire time is her word versus her own word. And within her own word, there are major issues. This case is very unique in a sense because there is more evidence that this person is not a credible witness, made a false accusation, fabricated evidence with motive and admission of some of these things, than there is evidence that I even assaulted this person. And there is no evidence because I didn't. There was no assault. It was a consensual encounter. Testifying is terrifying. You're being accused of such a heinous thing and then having to explain intimate details in front of your girlfriend, friends, your family, and reporters who are taking your words out of context and putting you in the front page of the newspaper, making claims about you in front of literally your entire city. In my case, in Hamilton, 500,000 people, plus Toronto newspapers. So we're talking like millions of people. So despite all this pressure, you also have to try and remain calm and not emotional. But at the same time, you literally feel like you're having a heart attack and you have just immense anger about even being in this whole situation. So the whole thing was frustrating, gaslighting, anxiety-inducing. It was just fucking terrible. And I'm sure it was terrible for the accuser as well, okay? But with that being said, that does not make it even remotely okay. What she did was wrong and has had massive consequences for my life that I'm still dealing with years later. I literally felt like my life was taken from me. And even on that day, seeing my girlfriend, my friends, my family collapse to the floor, bawling their eyes out. This pain was, and still is, truly indescribable. So in the appeal, you can read my appeal lawyer's technical assessment, why the judge was incorrect. As a layman, he basically allegedly took the date and then he divided it into several different boxes, okay? So he took the date and he's like, here's the whole thing, box, 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 box. And then he said, well, she's not credible in this box, or this box, or this box, but I believe her in this box. Again, they're kind of allowed to just use their own discretion and decide whatever they want. But the reason that there was a technical error in this that allowed us to even appeal in the first place is that if somebody while testifying makes major inaccuracies, major contradictions, fabrications, discrepancies in several areas, this should significantly affect their credibility overall. And this was not done. Any lack of credibility, especially a substantial, overwhelming lack of credibility in the majority of areas, is reasonable doubt. And if that isn't considered reasonable doubt, then what is reasonable doubt? It basically makes it impossible for you or your loved ones to defend yourself as an accused person. This is how the law works. This is just how it is. This is why people film consent videos in the first place. The only hope I have at getting my life back is that we can get a retrial to address these inconsistencies. But first, it needs to be approved by the appellate court. They don't give me notice, really, when they've decided, and I actually have to turn myself into custody. And then once I'm already in custody, they email my lawyer and tell them the decision they've made. So I have no idea what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. I'm just in this really f***ed up place right now. And it's terrifying. With that being said, an appeal is a lot different than a normal trial. I thought it was like, hey, like, look at all this evidence. You know, what happened here, but it's not. An appeal is not to retry the case or review the evidence. The appeal process is for an appeal lawyer to find technical errors in the judge's decision. With that being said, the way that the laws work in Canada, in these types of trials anyways, trial judges essentially have complete power to make convictions like this. Therefore, overturning a wrongful conviction is a nearly impossible thing to do. I'm just going to be honest. Whether the appeal is good or not, the default position of the appellant court is to just defer to the original trial judge's decision, regardless of the evidence. Because again, they're not supposed to retry the evidence. That's what the trial's for. This is what scares me the most. But as unlikely as it is, the possibility of having my life back has been the shred of hope I've been holding on to for years. If I had to go to prison for something I didn't do, it would literally ruin my life. And I think that's all that needs to be said. Put yourself in my shoes. Think about what is happening to me as if it was happening to you or a loved one. Really think about that. I love my country. I respect the legal system. I think it's right more often than not. But false convictions happen. And when they do, it's absolutely devastating. Since the false accusation and wrongful conviction, my life has changed completely. My mental health was destroyed. My relationships destroyed. My finances destroyed. This cost an ungodly amount of money. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's not even talking about lost revenue from my channels being terminated. They literally cut off my income. That is...
Yeah. The thing is, I would like to know what YouTube's decision is on that. Like, is this the equivalent of like, and I don't mean to make like a direct comparison here, but like before Andrew Tate even was accused of anything, they just didn't like his rhetoric. So he got literally banned on all social media platforms except for Rumble. I think he's only allowed to like create videos and shit on Rumble or guest spot in other people's videos and stuff like that. But yeah, they did something similar to Russell Brand. Like once he was accused, they didn't take away his channel, they demonetized him, which is such a weird double standard. Because you would think that like with YouTube, and it's kind of the same with and I don't mean to, bring up people that are political. I'm just bringing up people that are controversial, that have had their channels demonetized or taken away. Like if you look at Fresh and Fit, they say a lot of controversial things, and their channel got demonetized. What really didn't make sense to me, though, is like, okay, well, their channel gets demonetized, but they were also one of the highest earners in super chats on the entire platform. So to me, it would have made more sense for YouTube to go, okay, well, how about this? You can't have ad revenue anymore because advertisers do not want to be anywhere near you, but you can still keep your memberships and super chats. See, that's what makes sense to me. But in this case, what it sounds like, and I think he's implying here, is that because of the accusations, YouTube took it away.
So fucked up. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take down my Instagram, which is another reason I avoided posting about this. Because if I talk about this, they're going to try and silence me again. I don't want to make this about me, but like, guys, this has been so fucked. Seriously. Like, aside from everything else, in my own city, people hung up photos of me. I've been banned from gyms, co-working spaces, establishments, apps, buildings, restaurants. I've received thousands of death threats, hate comments. People have made multiple-hour documentaries defaming me, and I guarantee they don't have the actual transcripts. They never even considered the actual evidence. They're just...
See, this is something, as someone that is named in 12 pages of a lawsuit myself, is incredibly frustrating when other people that are quote-unquote, essentially Smash JT haters, is that when I see them and they just make these blanket accusations, like I ran into one the other day, and I try to stay away from, like, to the best of my ability, the haters that would be like, yeah, I can't wait, like, you're gonna lose, Smash JT, you're gonna lose the lawsuit. And I'm just like, man, you guys have no idea what's even going on. And there was this post about this guy who's just like, I can't wait till you lose and you're financially, in the hole, and they're saying this to Smash JT. I'm like, you have read nothing. Because you don't know this, you don't know about this, you don't know about this, you don't know about this. You're just believing somebody because you don't like someone else's opinions. That's not defamation. I'm sorry. Especially when said waitress offered to drop defamation in her lawsuit. So, and that is publicly known. So it is, when it gets to a certain scale, it's just so, it's incredibly frustrating to see people misrepresent what's actually written and to come to these wild conclusions. I'm like, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, we're almost done here.
Just running with what was posted in newspapers. And this entire time, I've had to remain silent about it. Just trust the system. The system continuously lets me down. I've tried to remain patient, calm, stoic. I work out every day. I read books. I have an amazing girlfriend, family, and support network, which I'm very grateful for. But aside from that, I have essentially become a recluse. And at times, it's felt like I've been hanging on by a thread. And this is totally different than who I actually am. I used to be confident, happy, optimistic, and I was proud of working my ass off for years in construction to become an entrepreneur and have the opportunity to create content online. I was able to entertain millions of people with my comedy videos, and I helped millions of people with my self-improvement content as well. And I had dreams of becoming an actor and filmmaker. And all of that was taken away from me for something that I didn't do. And that's not fair. That's not right. I want to create, I want to provide value to the world, and I don't want sympathy. I don't want to be a victim. And that's the toughest part on my ego. I should be working right now. I should be creating. I should be chasing my dreams and pursuing my goals, my purpose. I should be posting things that provide you value, not talking about this absolute fucking tragedy that I'm barely surviving right now.
Yeah. Like when it comes to stuff like this, like God, not only is it just a massive waste of time and court resources, but like, look, I get mentally stressed. Like even though I'm not being sued right now, someone else is. But a few things like my life has significantly changed just because I'm in that lawsuit. I am definitely like, I'm probably not as stressed as Smash JT is, but but I definitely, stressed. I worry about certain things. I worry about people coming to my house. I worry about my family, because remember, Portland is just like an hour and a half away from me, and there's a ton of crazy people over there that'll do God knows what. Like, it's something that I have to worry about. Maybe not to the same extent as other people, but man, like, you definitely start growing gray hairs. And it's really fucking stressful. Especially when I'm not even used to it. Like, this happened to me 2 months into me seriously creating content. I didn't know how to emotionally handle it. Literally in 1 month, I made a video, got doxxed, and then I would say, for lack of a better term, legally doxxed. All because of hurt fifis. And like Smash JT, he's a year and a half into this thing. Over $70,000 have been spent. And they haven't even gone to trial yet. This guy has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for something, as far as I can tell, that he clearly did not do. That's why even I'm like, as much as I'm confident in a lot of different ways, like, God, it could just go so wrong. Just because a judge doesn't understand something, or there's vindictive lawyers that, in my humble opinion, lie by omission. And it's frustrating, dude. It's really frustrating. I mean, I know I'm stressed. Like, I hate to see other people and how stressed they get. Like, hell, I have a friend that today, or I guess it's past midnight, but yesterday, someone made a profile of one of my friends who is a content creator and put her, thankfully, old information into a Twitter bio. Old phone numbers, old physical addresses where this person used to live. And I don't even know if that is down yet. This person was working on it for hours trying to get it taken down. Still hasn't happened. You are just targeted as a creator for opinions. And I don't want to compare myself or other people to this guy because this is tragic, but fuck.
I should not be stuck on the sidelines waiting around. I want to live. And the only remote chance I have of ever having a normal life back again is if my appeal is successful. Whether you liked my content or not, whether you like me or not, whether you know anything about me, what was done to me was wrong. It was unjust, and this process has been incredibly painful for me and my family. I imagine it has also been painful at times for the accuser as well. And I'm not trying to minimize her feelings here, but what was a consensual date turned into being concerned about a video being circulated online, and then that became something completely different. And at the end of that, I was wrongfully convicted. And I'm not asking you to take what I've said at face value. I'm asking that you review the evidence and transcripts in their entirety and make your own judgment. No one is perfect, and I don't claim to be, but I'm an innocent person, and I deserve to have my life back. I want to end by saying thank you to those that do share your stories, whether you're a victim of assault or a victim of a false accusation. I understand it's a lot to go through, okay? And nothing in this video was meant to offend you or minimize what you've gone through. I also want to say thank you to those who still continue to support me, because you're basically the only reason I'm even here right now. And I'm sorry to all my fans and everybody that it took me so long to make a statement. I hope I can share more with you soon. Thank you, guys.
Jeez. And that is all sorts of nuts. Nuts and bolts. Okay, guys. Well, with that being said, I think we're going to end it for the night. By the way, I'm going to try to use my new tool here to raid somebody. So we'll see if it works or not. I'm going to stop the recording on that. All right, so we're going to try this out. But I actually do need to do something first. Because there's a thing in my new app that I didn't take into account. Okay. So we're actually going to raid myself real quick for people that are on the vertical stream. So we're going to do that first. Okay.